A wonderful good morning, everybody. Einen wunderschönen guten Morgen. السلام عليكم، صباح الخير. أبدأ ببعض الكلمات العربية وأتقدم بأحر التهاني والتبريكات إلى المجتمع العربي والإسلامي بمولد الرسول الكريم. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to begin with the following words. We are focusing today on a country which is the pulsing heart of the Arab region and Arab countries, a country which has a very distinguished history, a wonderful cultural background, and it is pulsing because it's giving the Arab countries a lot of security, a lot of science, a lot of culture. With us today is, of course, our president, Dr. Richard Schenz, physically, His Excellency Ambassador Muhammad Hamdi al-Mullah in person, and of course, Minister Councillor Hazim Zaki. Allow me to give the floor to our president, Dr. Richard Schenz, to give you a welcome speech. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the name of the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce, allow me to welcome you to the 12th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum, organized by our chamber together with the esteemed embassy of the Arab Republic of Egypt and in Austria, and the Union of the Arab Chambers, and featuring the distinguished Arab Republic of Egypt as a guest country. Unlike our previous forums, we have decided to hold this event this year online due to the lingering volatile situation caused by the corona pandemic. So let me start with a warm welcome to our revered guests who will be delivering opening remarks. Her Excellency Minister Dr. Margarete Schramböck, Federal Minister of Digitalization and Economic Affairs of the Republic of Austria, Her Excellency Minister Dr. Al-Hale Al-Said, Federal Minister of Planning and Economic Development and of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency Mr. Yehia Zaki, Chairman of the Suez Canal Economic Zone in Egypt, His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Hamdi al-Mullah, Ambassador of Egypt to Austria, His Excellency the Secretary General of the Union of His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Georg Stilfried, Ambassador of Austria to Egypt, which is for us a very famous ambassador, let me say. His Excellency the Secretary General of the Union of Arab Chambers and former Minister Dr. Khaled Hanafi. And then let me also welcome our Vice President, Mrs. Maria Mittermeier. I'm glad that she can participate. A special welcome goes to the Secretary General of our chamber, Mr. Muda Kuja, who is doing a very good job in my view. We are honored by the online attendance of a number of vice ministers, councillors, presidents of the Arab Joint Chambers, ambassadors, our board, and regular members, business persons, and interested visitors from all around the globe. Thank you all for participating in our forum today. Ladies and gentlemen, the Arab Republic of Egypt is the largest Arab country in terms of population Cairo is the biggest Arab city and is the center of the League of Arab States and many Arab and international organizations and official institutions. Egypt is a country very rich in history and home of an outstanding ancient civilization. Its archaeology is the best preserved in the world. In fact, the ancient Egyptians invented the 365-day calendar to predict the yearly floods of the Nile River. Egypt holds a unique and strategic geographic location as it connects the three continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. Furthermore, the Suez Canal is considered the shortest route connecting East and West and the world's most important trade route. Austria, a country with close historic ties with the Arab Republic of Egypt, can proudly look back on a centuries-long tradition of culture, art, and civilization, and continues to enrich the world's heritage on various levels. The country's economic and technical development, in combination with exceptional innovations in many fields of life, has contributed to Austria's exemplary global reputation. In addition, Austria offers vast technological expertise and scientific evolution in many areas. Austria and Egypt together amount to around 300 million euros of trade volume. The Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce is proud of being an active contributor to and catalyst of this success, and looks forward to continue providing its services in an attempt to further strengthen Austro-Arab relations. The 12th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum with guest country Egypt will focus on economic development, transport, and tourism. I hope that this forum, with its high-level speakers, multifaceted discussion, and its resulting recommendations will benefit the mutual relations and means of cooperation between Austria and the Arab Republic of Egypt. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your welcoming words. Now allow us to have the words of Her Excellency Dr. Margarete Schramböck, Federal Minister for Digital and Economic Affairs of the Republic of Austria.
Welcome to the Arab-Austrian Economic Forum. As a Minister for Economy and Digital Affairs, I am happy to join you this way. Our regions work closely together, and it is important that these two regions are prospering and that they work together even stronger than in the past. This is why Austria will join the Expo 2020, and we will go there with a lot of companies. This way, we are happy that we are working together already now, and that Austria has a lot of investments in the Arab region and the other way around. The boundaries go back to a long common history, and they should be the basis for flourishing business that we do together. Austrian companies are world market leaders in the area of renewable energy, in the area of solving climate challenges. We, for example, do have innovations with Austrian companies that help to produce water from the surrounding air. It is important that we look carefully at all the startups and all the Austrian family businesses, what they can offer to the Arab region to face the challenges of the climate change. Austria is great in green materials and green technologies, and that is something we are able to offer you. On the other hand, we do have a very close relationship in many other areas. Austria is exporting to different countries. We are export world market leader. In this current world, we have to face two challenges: climate challenges and digital transformation. Both are two sides of the same coin. So let's work together. We have the solutions together, and we can solve the big issues of this planet.
Allow me, since Her Excellency the Minister wasn't able to attend now online, we have a statement by Magister Helena Ferschner-Hallwirth from the Ministry for Digital and Economic Affairs of the Republic of Austria. The floor is yours, Madam.
Thank you very much. As the Deputy Director in charge of bilateral relations with the Arab countries within the Federal Ministry for Digital and Economic Affairs, I'm honored to add a few words to the welcome speech of Minister Dr. Schramberg. The host country, Egypt, is among our top 3 export destinations in Africa, and despite the pandemic, trade of goods declined only marginally last year. This year, exports and imports are now back on a steady path of growth. In the past, Austrian companies realized important projects in Egypt, for example, in the field of environmental technologies or railways, which demonstrates the economic ties between our countries. I would like to thank the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce and the Embassy of the Arab Republic of Egypt in Vienna for this excellent platform to connect with partners from both sides and to explore opportunities for future cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hallwirth. Allow me to give the floor to Her Excellency Dr. Hala Al Said, Minister of Planning and Economic Development of the Arab Republic of Egypt. She will also address to us via video message.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce and the Embassy of the Arab Republic of Egypt in Vienna, as well as the Union of Arab Chambers and the Federation of the Egyptian Chambers of Commerce for the generous invitation and for hosting this very important 12th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum. It's an absolute pleasure to participate in this forum, and I look forward to discussing the landscape of the Egyptian economy and exploring sustainable investment and cooperation opportunities, and thereby further strengthening bilateral relations with Austria. In that context, allow me to present to you the recent updates on the Egyptian economy and the potential investment opportunities. In the last decade, Egypt has faced many challenges and was able to effectively deal with them. Egypt Vision 2030 was formulated to take Egypt forward through the current decade. The vision is the national version of the UN SDGs, which is based on the principles of comprehensive sustainable development, balanced regional development, and a participatory approach. It reflects the 3 dimensions of sustainable development: the economic, social, and environmental dimension. We see huge potential for both the domestic and external investors and the private sector to support Egypt to achieve its ambitious vision. The first phase of the National Program for Economic and Social Reform, launched by the government of Egypt in 2016, builds on Egypt's Vision 2030. The program was launched with a clear aim of implementing a series of reforms that would lead to macroeconomic stability, inclusion, and sustainable growth. These wide-ranging reforms included disciplining both fiscal and monetary policies through restructuring some sectors, most notably the energy sector, liberalizing the exchange rate, improving the investment climate, with the aim of increasing competitiveness and restoring investors' confidence in the Egyptian economy. We entered COVID-19 crisis with sizable buffers, thanks to the implementation of economic reforms. Faced with unprecedented domestic and global uncertainty, the government policies ensured targeted spending to protect necessary health and social expenditures and preserved fiscal sustainability while rebuilding international reserves. As a result, Egypt became one of the very few countries in the world able to achieve growth of 3.3% in 2021, despite the economic fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic, and our economic growth is expected to rebound strongly to 5.2% in fiscal year 21-22. However, due to the pandemic, some sectors were significantly impacted. Tourism is one of the leading sources of income, crucial to Egypt's economy. The travel and tourism industries suffered one of the hardest blows with the COVID-19 crisis, which brought an abrupt halt to international travel. In order to mitigate the negative repercussions of the pandemic, the government adopted a proactive strategy very early on, targeting the most vulnerable segments of the population. These included both monetary and fiscal measures, mainly focused on sustaining economic activity and mitigating the COVID-induced impacts on the most affected sectors, most notably tourism. Reinvigorated interest in Egypt's traditional tourist sites, paired with a growing interest in local tourism and ecotourism, signal growing opportunities for employment creation across the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to build on the gains of the first phase of the reform program and to cement the hard-won gains in stabilizing the economy and accelerate reforms to unleash Egypt's economic potential, making the private sector the engine of growth, the government is committed to pursuing the second phase of the reform program, which is the National Structural Reform Program launched in 2021. This focuses on raising the productive capacity and the competitiveness of the economy and aims at achieving balanced and sustainable inclusive growth. The National Structural Reform Program aims at changing the structure of the economy by expanding the relative weight of three main sectors: manufacturing, agriculture, and information and communications technology. The program also targets improvement in three interrelated markets, namely capital market, the trade market, and most importantly, the labor market. In addition to these main pillars, the program also has 5 complementary and supportive pillars, and those include the enhancement of the business environment and, of course, enhancement of the role of the private sector, advancement of labor market and the efficiency of the vocational, technical, and technological training, improvement of financial inclusion, and facilitation of access to finance, in addition to assuring of public governance and investing in human capital. Moreover, the establishment of the first Sovereign Wealth Fund of Egypt in 2018 came as one of the main mechanisms to enhance partnership with the private sector. It's an investment arm through partnership with local and international investors to create investment opportunities in promising high-growth sectors, including manufacturing, especially pharmaceuticals, food products, agriculture processing, in addition to logistics sector and multiple services sector, such as education, health, and water desalination. The fund has also established 4 sub-funds in areas consistent with the state's priorities, which are health services, infrastructure, financial services and digital transformation, tourism, and real estate investment. It aims to monetize and unlock value for the country's immense and rich resources, most notably its geographical features, heritage, and talent. I know that Mr. Ayman Suleiman, the CEO of the Sovereign Fund of Egypt, is present with you today to give you an in-depth overview of the Sovereign Fund and its ongoing project and recent partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, the Egyptian government is accelerating green-driven recovery and climate actions that puts nature at its core and assures equitable benefit to all economic sectors. In the coming years, the government expects more investment from private sector in renewable energy, sustaining housing solutions, water desalination, and waste management. Of course, an important element of sustainable development is the sensible use of natural resources. Water scarcity has become a paramount concern initiated by climate change. The COVID-19 pandemic further intensified the diminished access to water, as well as other necessities. As a result, we have actively worked to eliminate the problem of unavailability of potable water. The measures taken include government mandates and social awareness programs, as well as private sector involvement in the form of business development and global investment. The government also developed the environmental sustainability guidelines, aiming to integrate sustainable and equitable development standards into national plan. These guidelines are essential to guarantee the country's transitioning towards green public investment. I'm also proud to say that 15% of projects of the National Investment Plan for the fiscal year 2021 were green projects. Government aims to double this rate by 21-22 and to achieve a goal of 50 to 60% of green projects by 24-25. These projects focus on addressing climate change and transitioning to a green economy through creating intelligent transportation systems such as the light railway transit, the monorail for cleaner mobility, creating projects to improve water access and sanitation, such as modern irrigation systems, drainage of canals, seawater desalination plants, sewage and lifting stations. And in regards to promoting renewable energy and energy efficiency, the government has established wind turbines, a photovoltaic power station, and solar power plants. Egypt has also launched its first green bonds worth USD 750 million and was a leading country in this regard in the MENA region and Africa. Furthermore, the government is finalizing the national strategy for climate change. It's also drafting a national strategy for hydrogen to promote the use of blue and green hydrogen as a low emission energy source. Ladies and gentlemen, the Egyptian economy remains competitive and supported by well-sequenced and coordinated structural reforms, despite the remaining risks of the global COVID-19 uncertainty. Our fiscal and monetary policies will continue to support the recovery while preserving macroeconomic stability, and our structural reforms will aim to address post-pandemic challenges, strengthen buffers, meet the financing needs, and boost the real sector, thus creating a more resilient and diversified economy. Given that we are the largest market in the MENA region, with a growing youth population, there exists various potential opportunities for Austrian investments in Egypt. We should be viewed as a main gateway to the African and European markets, as we are becoming an increasingly popular destination for nearshore companies to outsource their business services. We are confident that Egypt is on a positive path trajectory to 2030, and the government will continue to contribute to building a conducive business environment and will continue to direct its efforts toward creating exceptional financial opportunities for domestic and foreign investors alike. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency, Dr. Hala Saeed. Wonderful words and breathtaking projects we are witnessing in Egypt. Let me give the floor to His Excellency Engineer Yahya Zaki, the chairman of the Suez Canal Economic Zone of Egypt. Let me just indicate one thing. The office of this nice gentleman is a pulsing heart of the Suez Canal zones, and all over the world they are presenting this prestigious and very interesting and very good functioning region. The floor is your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor to participate in the 12th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum. I have really to thank, and with a lot of thanks and gratitude, the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce, the Egyptian Embassy in Austria, and the Union of Arab Chambers. Thank you all for this invitation and for giving me the chance to participate with you for a few minutes, in addition to having my colleagues in the coming session as well. Indeed, we have the economic zone, the Suez Canal Economic Zone. It's one of the major economic areas in the world. It comprises 460 square kilometers around the Suez Canal itself, comprising 6 seaports, 3 along the Mediterranean, 3 on the Gulf of Suez and South Sinai, and 4 industrial areas. Collectively, we're talking about 10 different areas between ports and industrial areas, making it 460 million square meters of area. The Suez Canal does not need a lot of introduction. It is known as one of the main maritime routes serving the whole world. And the vision of the economic zone is really to capitalize on the location and offer to the whole world investment opportunities, both in industrial areas and the ports around the Suez Canal itself. The economic zone around the Suez Canal was established in 2015 with a vision of attracting international investments, localizing it, and providing good quality jobs for the Egyptian people. This vision was put in 2015, and to be able to achieve it, we have done some sort of strategies to achieve that with very clear objectives. And it went through 3 stages. The first from 2015 to 2020. And that phase, we called it the preparation phase, where we provided the economic zone in terms of its location with a lot of connectivity requirements, like roads, like tunnels under the canal to connect east and west, roads that connect the area from north to south, from east to west, and so on. So connectivity was one of the very important elements. The readiness of the zone in terms of infrastructure was also provided. The regulatory framework, the financial incentives, the service level that we are providing, and the post-positioning, all these were main pillars to address the readiness of the zone and the preparation for it to have the real means and tools to achieve our vision. Beyond that, in the second stage, 2020-2025, which we're calling it the enabling stage, where we are localizing major key projects and industries in different locations. And we have identified our objectives in this period, the 2020-2025. And these objectives resulted into identifying 15 sectors that we believe are the most attractive sectors and the ones that would be a possibility for dealing with and discussing with different investors and companies around the world. The 15 sectors, 3 of them are non-industrial, namely bunkering, logistic areas, and data centers, where we have, in addition, 12 different industrial sectors as well, that varies from rolling stock, from automotive, petrochemicals, tire, electrical batteries, pharmaceutical, textile, agribusiness, building material, casting, and solar cells. My colleagues will explain more about these sectors in the coming presentation. But what I'm trying to portray for you is the readiness of the zone and the macroeconomic study that we have prepared for each and every one of these sectors. So we will be able to discuss it in details with investors interested in 1 or 2 of these zones. My colleague, my friend Ayman Suleiman is attending with you as well as the Sovereign Fund, and there are certain discussions always between the economic zone and the Sovereign Fund on how to work together and promote together the sectors that I was talking about more or less. Paving the way to the third stage, which is beyond 2025, to achieve our full vision by really localizing these industries after we have made the anchor investments in particular projects that will pave the way for the localization and for securing the supply chain. We all know that today the whole world is suffering from a supply chain, and this is a golden opportunity to look into how the landscape of the whole world is changing and capitalize on that to a good extent. So we have embarked into particular projects that we took initiative in initiating, like in the rolling stock, like in petrochemicals. We have an ambition that is working now in Sokhna area, where we are turning this area to become a real petrochemical hub to a great extent. We have investments that exceeds $10 billion that are put into this area. So looking into the anchor industries is a very important element to make sure of the localization, make sure of securing the supply chain to the whole world. That does not work on its own without having huge infrastructure projects for all the ports that are under the administration of the economic zone. So each and every one of our 6 ports is under either expansion or new development or a complete realization for the master plan, so we can offer more relation to the maritime services or to the terminals that are required, whether on the northern side or the southern side of the Suez Canal. So to add really the value to a great extent to what we're doing over there. Of course, this is also related and completely linked to a complete different nodes of transportation, like the high-speed rail, which is going to be generated actually from Sokhna port all the way till the Mediterranean. Also a complete network of roads that links to within Egypt and the African continent as well. And I may refer to the Cairo-Cape Town, 11,000 kilometers of road that should be in operation sometime 2023, which will give great accessibility to the Eastern African continent more on a road rather than the sea connectivity as well. I don't want to take much longer than what I am allowed to, but I need also to refer that Egypt is participating in Expo 2020. The Egyptian pavilion there is really one of the landmarks of the Expo, and we as an economic zone are participating heavily in this event. We have organized 17 different events belonging to the economic zone, where we are addressing different topics over the coming 6 months. The first one will start next Thursday on the 28th of October. This is our first seminar that we're going to be discussing with people there on the different strategies and availability of investment opportunities. So I thank you once again, and would like to highlight this exposure in Expo, and hope to see some or all of you over there during the coming 6 months. As you have just mentioned, of course, yes, our offices is very close to the canal itself, and my office has a very nice view to all the ships going in and out from the canal, 18,000 every year. So it's a very impressive sight, and I hope very soon we will be able to organize for the chamber and its guests and its members a physical visit to the economic zone, where we can show you on ground how it is developing and where we stand today. Thank you very much. And I really look forward to participate more in the coming events. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Yahya Zaki, for the charming and very fruitful words. Let me step to the next speaker. It is the shining and the very efficient face of the Egyptian diplomacy in Vienna, very efficient, who makes, together with his team, make this possible with the outstanding participation of the Egyptian side, high-ranking but very interesting participants of our today's event. And I'm very, very happy and thankful for the cooperation, not only for this time, but during your whole period that you are the head of the diplomatic corps, Egyptian diplomatic corps in Austria. Allow me to introduce to you Mr. Muhammad Hamdi Al-Mullah, the ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt to Austria. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moder, and thanks to the Chamber for the efforts in organizing this quite important event. Esteemed ministers and ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to express that I am truly honored to witness such a high-level participation in this event by distinguished dignitaries from both Austria and Egypt, as well as the widespread attendance of esteemed representatives of the private sector and the other prominent stakeholders. It is both a pleasure and an honor to speak to you today at this prestigious event. We believe that the 12th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum is a vital opportunity which represents itself at a critical moment to those seeking to explore new avenues and opportunities of investment in Egypt, one of the most booming and promising economies, not only in Africa, but worldwide. In this respect, I look forward to seeing this gathering convened annually in person with the ultimate aim of enhancing economic trade cooperation and investment between Egypt and Austria. It is perhaps then important to share with you a brief exposé on some of the highlights of Egypt's economy is witnessing today. Despite COVID-19 pandemic causing the most severe global health and economic crisis in at least 7 decades, Egypt's recent macroeconomic and structural reforms have stabilized its economy and allowed it to endure the pandemic with improved fiscal and external accounts. It was therefore no surprise that the disruptions caused only slightly interrupted a period of macroeconomic stability characterized by high growth, improved fiscal account, and a comfortable level of foreign reserves, as well as a considerable boom in Egypt's tourism sector. These aforementioned developments, along with the emergency measures undertaken in response to the pandemic, have helped Egypt weather the storm exceedingly well. Average real growth has remained positive during 2020 and 2021, with Egypt being one of the only countries in the Middle East and Africa to maintain growth rate of 3.3%, and with foreign reserves continuing to be ample at over 40.1 billion. Nonetheless, there remains vast untapped potential within Egypt, which is why the government is working to encourage foreign direct investments and has accordingly succeeded in becoming the top recipient of FDIs in Africa in 2020, despite all the exceptional circumstances related to the pandemic. And this is according to reports issued by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Egypt has also adopted a new investment law, which allows investors to set up companies in record times, which can be as little as 30 minutes, through the employment of a one-stop shop that concludes the necessary paperwork on the spot. It has also strategically developed its free economic zones and offered incentives for new investors in these zones and investors at large. With that positive outlook in mind, I'd like to move on specifically to the potential avenues of cooperation between Egypt and Austria. In this regard, it is important to note that historical relations between the two countries are long-standing and date back to the mid-17th century. The Habsburg monarchy was quite active in Egypt during that period and all throughout the 19th and 20th century, where it maintained several consulates and monitored local events closely. Today, Egypt remains by far one of the most important export markets for Austrian goods in Africa, with exports to Egypt totaling around 216 million in 2018. However, there is still much room for Austrian exports to grow, seeing as the Egyptian market is an ever-expanding one as indicated by Harvard Center for International Development, which ranks Egypt among the world's top 5 growth markets until 2027. We believe that there are numerous opportunities in a plethora of sectors for Austrian companies to invest in Egypt, whether tourism, infrastructure, oil and gas, water and desalination, or even the financial technology and startup sectors. In addition to the renaissance of its railroad, while the latter includes the rapid expansion of infrastructure of existing cities and the construction of new megacities. The Egyptian government has also set the goal of increasing the share of renewable energy in electricity production to 20% by 2022. Numerous solar projects are now being developed in many parts of Egypt. As for the possible steps that we should be taking moving forward, we believe that Egypt and Austria's trade balance, which tilts towards Austria, should be endorsed and remedied through a number of ways. The first of which could include supporting Egyptian exports to Austria in the fields of agriculture, textiles, clothing, furniture, and petrochemicals, to name a few. Egypt also has an abundance of steel and iron production exported worldwide. We are ranked the 21st largest steel producer worldwide, while also becoming the Middle East energy hub in terms of natural gas. We can see Egypt becoming one of Austria's main suppliers in this regard. In the same vein, we believe that an opportunity for investment in Egypt that Austria should earnestly seize is that in the financial technology and digitalization sector. This is especially important as Egypt moves to empower tech-based startups, which are steadily occupying a considerable space of SMEs that are created on a daily basis. And we all know that Austria is so developed and advanced in this field. In the same vein, we believe that Austria, a top touristic destination itself with important expertise in the field, should consider investing in Egypt in the tourism sector. At its peak, the sector employed about 12% of Egypt's workforce, approximately 14.7 million visitors to Egypt, and has provided revenues of nearly 12.5 billion in 2019, which is now on the rise again. And let me highlight that during the pandemic, Egypt's tourist arrivals reached 3.5 million in 2020. In this respect, let me add that the latest United Nations World Tourism Organization report has revealed that Egypt is one of the world's fast-growing tourist destinations. With this brief expose of what is to be addressed in the coming sessions of this forum, I wish you very fruitful deliberations on existing opportunities of cooperation between Austria and Egypt, and building on the excellent relations happily existing between the two countries. I thank you and wish you a very successful discussion.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you, Excellency, for the wonderful words. Let me step to our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if I will tell you that this gentleman loves kushari and he's a fan of Zamalek, if you meet this gentleman on Egyptian streets, maybe you won't defer or separate him as a non-Egyptian, but he is non-Egyptian actually, partly an Egyptian, but he is our ambassador, the Austrian ambassador to Egypt. Welcome with me, His Excellency Dr. Georg Stillfried. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. After this generous introduction, even I am curious to meet me. Sabah al-Khair. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, political, cultural, social and economic ties between Austria and Egypt have traditionally been very strong. I mean, over the last years, decades, Egypt has consistently been among the top 3 trading partners in Africa, and one of the most important partners in the Arab world. The last couple of years have witnessed an increased interest and increased activity of Austrian companies in Egypt in a wide variety of areas, sectors. These include the traditional ones like transport, railways, that kind of thing. But perhaps surprisingly also newer ones like the education business. So we have currently 2 Austrian universities active in Egypt, and from all I hear, are doing quite well. Some of the important reasons for this renewed interest include the Egyptian government's efforts over the last years to create a stable and more business-friendly climate in Egypt. And apart from the many local and regional opportunities that you've heard about, Egypt's economic reforms have translated into growth that over the past few years, that a few years ago, nobody thought was possible, certainly not to that extent. And many of you may know this, during the COVID pandemic, Egypt was the only country in the region to experience positive growth rates. Less than in non-pandemic years, of course, but still positive, somewhere near between 2 and 3% growth. And many of you also know that the World Bank and the IMF have, over the last few years, consistently given very good marks to the Egyptian government's reform efforts. So it's internationally acknowledged. Of course, this doesn't mean that everything is perfect. All reforms, I'm thinking, for instance, about the new Egyptian customs regime, all reforms come with birth pangs. Challenges remain and need to be met. But overall, there are very many encouraging signs that warrant a lot of optimism. The, inshallah, nearing end of the pandemic will give us the opportunity for to reinvigorate our economic activities in Austria and in Egypt. And the Austrian government's initiative, worldwide initiative of Refocus Austria is geared exactly towards helping to do that. So when I look at the potential opportunities for Austrian companies in Egypt, I see many. They include the field of green technology, renewable energy, and the whole water sector, really, and the desalination sector. And in a way, those areas also are the ones that the embassy focuses its work on and tries to encourage. But at the end of the day, it's not important what the embassy thinks or what I think. What matters is what you and your companies do. And the real drivers, as we all know, of prosperity and growth are innovation and a thriving private sector. So this conference today aims to provide you, members of the Austrian private sector, with a timely overview of opportunities in Egypt. And as the Austrian ambassador to Egypt, I hope that you will find these opportunities attractive. And I hope you will come away from this conference as upbeat about the potential and the prospects of Egypt as I am. As part of this Austrian government Refocus initiative, the Austrian Chamber of Commerce and the embassy are going to organize a trade mission to Egypt in March 2022, next year, focusing but not limited to the environmental sector and the water sector. And I hope that today's conference will encourage many of you Austrian companies to decide to participate in this trade mission. I think it's a good time to renew and to revisit opportunities in Egypt. Thank you very much, and I hope you have an interesting, stimulating, and profitable conference. Thank you.
Professor Khalid Hanafi, former Minister of Supply and Internal Trade of Egypt, and Mr. Arab Economy. I can call you like this because he is the Secretary General of the Union of the Arab Countries. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning for everybody, Your Excellencies, colleagues, all the participants. It gives me a great pleasure and privilege to participate today and to organize, as the Union of Arab Chambers, this forum with the Arab-Austrian Chamber of Commerce. It's really great pleasure. And also I can comment on the type and the number of participants in such an event. As I see, it's very high level of participants, diversified between government officials, business people, and from Egypt, from Austria, and from different places. So I congratulate you, Mr. Moder, and congratulate the Chamber for being able to have this interesting gathering. Of course, after what we heard from all the previous speakers regarding Egypt and the performance of Egypt, what I can add is a little bit less than what they already introduced, but I can recognize some important points regarding the Egyptian economy and the performance of the Egyptian economy. Of course, at the beginning, we should highlight that Egypt faced the crisis of COVID-19 with a great level of readiness, because Egypt, as mentioned, went through the economic reform program since 2016. And this economic reform program was acted like a buffer to protect Egypt from unexpected turbulences like what happened by the COVID-19. And this is not just to mention so, but we recognize that Egypt during the age of COVID was able to enjoy a positive growth rate in the GDP. In the current year also, the growth rate reached 3%, expected to be 5.2% in the coming year, 22. So this by itself shows that the Egyptian economy is an economy that based on fundamentals, not just an economy that is very harsh. On the other side, we can recognize that the macroeconomic indicators in Egypt show balances in different areas. And as mentioned by Her Excellency, Dr. Hala Said, the Minister of Planning in Egypt, that we already end with the stabilization policy and we stabilized the economy in the last few years. Egypt now is going through the structural adjustment, and there is a great changes in the structure of the Egyptian economy. And that what was needed for the coming years. And the restructuring, as mentioned by Her Excellency, was not only for the sectors or sectorial restructuring, she mentioned this, but I can add that there is another way of restructuring the economy, which by putting the spatial or the regional development in the equation of the change. Egypt now started to spread, to have different growth poles in different regions around Egypt. We started to spread to the east, to the west, to the south of Egypt. So for the first time, Egypt now has development in different areas. And these developments will enable Egypt and the Egyptian economy to occupy more than 90% of the land that used to be idle, not used in the previous 4,000 years. So now we are ready to utilize this. So the abundancy of land here is considered something very important for Egypt, and this makes Egypt able to expand, which is a barrier facing many other countries when they try to have some development plans. Parallel to this is the structure that in the labor market, the Egyptians are relatively youth people, and the size of the under 30-year-old age is very high in Egypt. And the Egyptian government started to do something regarding the restructure in the labor market, which is a sort of matching between supply and demand for labor. Having well-educated labor, being able to compete in the labor market. By doing so, from the perspective of the foreign investor, we are ready for having sectors of production with relatively low unit labor cost, which will enhance the competitiveness of the business in the country. At the same time, there are great financial reforms starting from the financial inclusion that is carried on by the government and the Central Bank of Egypt, that now Egypt is ready to include more and more people in the official financial sector through formalization, and by removing the discrepancies in the markets and making more market-oriented economy, as mentioned in the new Egyptian constitution, that clearly the orientation of the Egyptian economy is a market economy, and accordingly the private sector is welcomed, and the size of the private sector in Egypt is increasing. And I believe that now we are talking about more than 70% of the GDP is by the private sector. So the contribution is very high in production, and the same is in employment as well. We cannot forget that Egypt's main privilege and advantage is the location. Egypt is a hub, and as mentioned by His Excellency Mr. Yahya Zaki, we have the gift of being able to link all these continents, and the development, the regulatory development and reform that happened to the Suez Canal, Special Economic Zone, is very well recognized, and it is ready, as mentioned by His Excellency, to host a lot of projects and opportunities, not only to serve the Egyptian economy, but again, it's considered a hub for being able to to be a gateway not only to Europe, but also to the Gulf and the Arab world and Africa, as we are engaged in trade agreements with the more than 20 countries in Africa, the COMESA, and we have also the GAFTA with the Arab world, in addition to the European Partnership Agreement. So all these agreements and openness in the mind of the policymakers of Egypt make the Egyptian market to be beyond the 100 million Egyptians, and to be more and more hosting like more than 1 billion citizens in the neighbor countries, and being able to deal with them. Also, in the 2030 vision of Egypt, the green and the sustainability is well recognized. And nowadays we are talking about more than 15% of the public spending in green projects, and it will be doubled in the coming years. So being green is something very well recognized in the Egyptian policy, economic policy in the coming years. And even in some cases, Egypt started to issue some green bonds in order to be punctual to the green move that we believe, or Egyptians believe in the current years. In the past, I used to act as a government official, so I used to promote for the country as a government official, which was my role. Nowadays, I represent the private sector in the Arab country, plus 16 foreign countries in different places around the globe. I meet investors everywhere. I meet people coming from different backgrounds, and I see their perception to what's going on in Egypt. And now I'm talking on behalf of the private sector, not the government. Yes, Egypt is changing sharply. Egypt moved from being just a stabilized economy, having the needed infrastructure already done. Now Egypt is ready to take off. It's the time of taking off with the structural adjustment that Egypt is doing now. And there will be great opportunities for early and first movers to this economy. And whoever coming late will not going to be able to enjoy the fruits that will be hanged at the beginning. Egypt is really ready for this, having very large market, and this is very well known, well-organized banking system, well-organized financial market system, started to have a labor market more organized, having contribution of the private sector, sustainable economy and green economy, with the location that already mentioned earlier. So what I'm saying here, we are not aiming at having more exports or imports from here or from there. The idea is not having a linear growth in our relation between Egypt and Australia. The idea is having a shift in this relation, a shift from just relying on very simple, classical, traditional international trade in the form of exports and imports, to having a strategic alliance to be able to enjoy together the fruits of this, capitalizing on the competitive advantage in each side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Professor Dr. Khalid Hanafi, for the words. And I have to admit we are a little bit over time, a half hour over the time. And this is not a very traditional way of dealing opening sessions. But although we are very happy because our friends from Egypt love their country and present them from the heart. And we are here to hear about this, and this is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hand over to our colleague and dear friend and sister, Mrs. Hanan Hamzas, Chief of Regional Coordination Division of the Arab region of the UNIDO. But before that, and with my excuses because of this delay of her session, but before that, you will hear a short video.
Global perception of a nation's size and position would imply that growth is already in motion. But what if we could take that notion further, bigger, better, faster? We are mega on the map. Mega infrastructure, mega power, mega sustainability, mega industry. Not forgetting strategically being located in the center of everywhere, for everything and everyone. Mega connectivity, mega trade, mega markets, mega tourism, with the minds and manpower to make your business multiply. Others have captured this wave and capitalized their business on Egypt's mega reform. mega empowerment. Our understanding of mega transformation is a whole new size of big mega investments. We are making Egypt global again.
Distinguished participants, thank you for joining us in this first session today. Good morning from Vienna. صباح الخير من العاصمة النمساوية فيينا. سعيدة لترأس الجلسة الأولى من الدورة الثانية عشر للمؤتمر العربي النمساوي الذي يحتفي بمصر كدولة شرف. Allow me first to introduce myself. I'm Hanan Hizaz, the Chief of the Arab Regional Coordination Division in the UN Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. This first session of the forum today provides an overview on Egypt's economic situation and landscape. Key sectors for investment such as energy, clothing and textile industry, furniture and petrochemicals, as well as the development strategies for the industrial and services sectors. Furthermore, the incentives offered for new investors in general and within the free economic zones and the possible collaboration with the new sovereign fund of Egypt. Since we have 3 sessions today, I will be straight and introduce our keynote speakers and panelists. After this very nice video, I will skip the introduction. I'm pleased and honored to present the following distinguished speakers. First, we will have a keynote from Dr. Nada Masoud, Economic Advisor to the Minister of Planning and Economic Development of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Our first speaker will be Mr. Ayman Sulaiman, CEO of the Sovereign Fund of Egypt. Mr. Amr Noureddin, advisor to the CEO of the General Authority for Investment and Free Zones. Rear Admiral Mr. Mohammed Abdelaziz, advisor of Port Affairs at Suez Canal Economic Zone. Mr. Basil Al-Khatib, director and UNIDO representative of the Regional Hub in Egypt, UN Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. General Mr. Mohammed Fadel Al-Zayat, the chairman of the Industrial Development Authority, and Dr. Ahmed Maghawi Diab, first undersecretary and head of Egyptian Commercial Service in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. As you can see, the panelists represent a wide range of specialists representing government officials as well as UN agencies. This is key to provide today a greater insight into the Egyptian economy. For this session, as Mr. Khouja mentioned, we have a small delay. We will have a total of 1 hour time, during which we will first hear a brief keynote from Dr. Masoud, and therefore a panel discussion, and finally we will end with question and answer session with the audience. I kindly inform our distinguished speaker to represent the 8 minutes of time allocated to each. And I would like also to invite to the audience to use the chat function in Zoom to ask questions and comment during the panel discussion. Questions and comment will be addressed immediately after the panel discussion, if time permits. If not, we will also send it by email. Without any further delay, allow me to introduce and welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Nada Masoud, the Economic Advisor to the Minister of Planning, Economic Development of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Dr. Masoud, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hanan. Thank you very much, everyone, for this kind invitation and this very positive conference, I may say. Wished it was not virtual, it was in person, but yet the positive vibe is being transmitted. I'll not take time as the housekeeping comments of Ms. Hanan. I'll just briefly go through the macroeconomic scene in Egypt, just to give context to the content that will be discussed afterwards. I will not go through the Egypt-Austria bilateral relations, but as you all know, that we have financial, commercial, and economic areas for cooperation, and Egypt ranks the 3rd country when it comes to Austrian exports to Africa, despite the drop in trade last year due to pandemic-related reasons. Yet, Austria is the 67th country amongst countries investing in Egypt. We have 179 Austrian companies in Egypt, diversified across chemical industries, transportation, engineering industries, food industries, medical and pharmaceutical industries, tourism, and education. Yet, we think there is a very big room for this Austrian-Egyptian cooperation to expand, and we see that the Egyptian economic landscape is very ripe for this. As was explained by Dr. Hala and by His Excellency, the ambassador, Egyptian ambassador to Austria, and Dr. Khalid, we embarked on an economic reform program in 2016 that focused on the demand side, restoring fiscal sustainability and fiscal consolidation through restructuring the energy subsidies and to reallocate them to more efficient uses and to reduce the debt burden. Second pillar of the economic reforms program was the monetary policy, liberalizing the exchange rate with very prudent monetary and exchange rate policies. And our main projects during this period was upgrading the country's physical infrastructure to lay the grounds for private sector inclusion and private sector for the growth to be led by the private sector, while initiating very ambitious and important programs for social protection, because as you all know, fiscal consolidation and exchange rate liberalization usually have adverse effects on the living standards in the first phase at least. So we embarked on a very ambitious social protection program, particularly a program called Takaful and Karama, Solidarity and Dignity, where around more than 3.5 million families are enrolled. It's conditional cash transfers. And this paid back. The economy became more resilient even in the days of the pandemic. We achieved 3.3%. We achieved 3.6% growth rate, despite we were the only country that managed to achieve a positive growth rate in the region, according to the IMF figures. And our growth was not, the growth was diversified. It came from different sectors: manufacturing, wholesale and retail, agriculture, real estate, ICT, extractions. And we expect growth to continue. We expect a big rebound in 2021. Of course, we all know the problems in the global supply chains and inflation and fuel and so on. Yet we are expecting growth in Egypt to reach 5.4, between 5.4 and 5.6 the coming year. Inflation is also under control. We expect an increase in inflation the coming year due to the global inflation environment. Yet inflation was very muted during the last period and is still under control and within the target zone of the Central Bank of Egypt, which is 7% plus or minus. Also, exchange rate after the initial overshooting that took place right after the liberalization has mostly stabilized since 2017 and is very stable and available. Policy rates, deposits and lending rates have been declining. Traditionally, Egypt has quite high policy rates, but they've been declining over the last period to support business growth. And this happened while the fiscal consolidation was taking place and the budget deficit, even during the pandemic times, was under control. We reached a 7.3% deficit in the year 2020. Our fiscal year ends the 30th of June. So last fiscal year, which is June 2021, our fiscal deficit was 7.3. Also, the external debt in Egypt is very sustained and under control. As you can see, we are below all, according to the heat map of the IMF, we are below all standards, below developing Europe, below the MENA countries, and below the threshold for any risk factors, whether external debt to GDP, whether debt service to exports and of goods. So the external debt, despite the pandemic, is very much under control. And all this was reflected in increasing net international reserves that reached around $40 billion in 2021, which covers around 9 months of Egyptian inputs. This was reflected on Egypt's rating by sovereign rating agencies, whether Moody's, Standard & Poor's, Fitch, which did not downgrade Egypt. They all maintained our sovereign rating with a positive outlook. These reforms targeted, the economic reforms targeted the supply side, and we started on the demand side, and we started on the supply-sided reforms by a national structural reforms program that was launched last April that mostly target the supply side of the economy, the real side of the economy, laying the grounds for a long-term transformation of the economy towards an inclusive, resilient, and green economy, with the main targets in place for enabling the private sector, reducing the informality of the economy, leveraging digitalization, reforming state-owned enterprises. Localization is a very important element, reducing poverty and strengthening social safety nets, reducing poverty in a real way, not just through cash transfers, achieving climate resilience and green recovery, enhancing governance, and promoting exports. These were the main elements of the program. And in doing this, we have reforms targeting the financial system, the logistical system, and the legislative system. And we've identified 3 main leading sectors in the Egyptian economy, in the real economy, for support: the manufacturing sector, the agriculture sector, and the ICT sector. And we've chosen them based on their growth potential and weight in the GDP and employability, sectoral linkages. And to achieve these structural reforms in these 3 sectors, we also work on 5 cross-cutting pillars to support the structural reforms in the 3 leading sectors. Increasing the efficiency of the labor market and the TVET, improving the business environment and enhancing the role of the private sector, assuring financial inclusion and accelerating financial inclusion and increasing access to finance, improving the governance of government institutions and SOEs and municipalities, and all this to improve human capital, education, health, and social protection. So that's basically the main pillars of the program, our structural reforms program. And we have quantitative targets for the program in the medium term by 2024 regarding growth, inflation, unemployment rates, exports. And in each sector, we identified, like the way we looked at it, we identified the policies or the objectives we want to reach in each sector. And we analyzed the bottlenecks that hinders reaching these objectives. And accordingly, we designed measures to untangle the bottlenecks to help us reach these objectives. So in the industrial sector, we want to upgrade the integration of Egyptian industries in the value chain, increase their competitiveness, localize and upstream manufacturing while boosting local supply chains and deepening interconnections. We want to increase investment rates in the manufacturing sector and their share in GDP, and create new job opportunities and support small and medium enterprises and entrepreneurs. For the agriculture sector, the main target is water security and food security, and increasing the productivity of the agriculture sector and its share in GDP. We want to create more jobs that increases the incomes of small farmers, because 25% of Egyptian labor are in the agriculture sector. So we want their incomes to support good living standards. And we want to enhance agriculture exports and improve the sector's competitiveness. Although we want to increase it because it's already on the move, and Egypt's agriculture and agribusiness exports are rising, particularly starting the COVID. For the ICT sector, we want to increase. The ICT sector is a twofold sector for us. We have targets for the sector itself, and we have targets from the sector to support other sectors that provide the necessary skills for other sectors for the jobs of tomorrow that will be mostly based on ICT related skills, big data, crypto, industries, and so on. So we want the sector to increase its contribution to GDP, its contribution to balance of payments, and its contribution to employment, and also to support other sectors when it comes to providing the skills needed for the jobs of tomorrow. These are the main structural reforms, the targets of the structural reforms in the real sector, and for the 5 cross-cutting pillars, the efficiency of the labor market, we want to improve the technical education and lay the institutional framework for the private sector to participate in education and training, while matching supply and demand sides of the labor market through the LMIS. And also a very important feature for us is empowering women, youth, and people with special needs. We have lots of measures in that regard. Second cross-cutting pillar is improving the business environment and leveling the playing field for the private sector to increase competition and remove trade barriers both for importation and exportation, while upgrading the logistics and transportation sectors to enable private sector partnership. Third pillar is the governance of all public institutions. And we think digitalization and accelerating the pace of digitalization would certainly help in that regard, and promoting the administrative and institutional reforms that started 4 years ago regarding the size of the government and regarding the mandate of the government and regarding the empowerment of the local administrative units play a very important role in that regard. And also improving the governance and the accounting structures of the state-owned enterprises. To prepare them for privatization, or even those that the government will not privatize, it's important to upgrade their governance. Fourth pillar is financial inclusion and access to finance. We want to accelerate this, whether the banking sector or the money market, and diversify the products offered. And the fifth and most important sector is the human capital, raising the efficiency and inclusiveness of the healthcare services, upgrading the competence of the education system, and widening the coverage of protection networks. So we think the Egyptian economy is very well diversified, very well rounded, and very resilient, and we have programs to increase its resilience. Private sector is on top of the agenda, and we are leveling the playing field and enhancing competition. We have lots of measures to do that. Green recovery is a must, and climate resilience is as Dr. Hala said, we have 30% of our public investments going to green investments, and we think the economy is on the right path, and I will leave it to my colleague and friend Ayman Suleiman to discuss different investment vehicles and options. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Masoud. Thank you for presenting and introducing the economic reform strategy in Egypt, and for highlighting the positive economic growth in Egypt thanks to the Egyptian COVID-19 response. And thank you for setting the scene for the panel discussion. I would like just to remind the following speakers that they have 8 minutes. I have this very heavy task to keep the time, so I will just remind you when you will have 1 minute. Allow me to give the floor to our first speaker, Mr. Ayman Suleiman, the CEO of the Sovereign Fund of Egypt. Mr. Suleiman, you have 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to start by thanking you for hosting us here. I think a lot of the introduction that I was aiming to present to you has already been covered about selling Egypt and what opportunities lie in Egypt. However, I'd like to get down to the business right away. Esteemed colleagues and ministers have actually presented the priorities of Egypt, the priorities of economic reform. We've conducted many dialogues, and proudly enough, we are neighbors to Dr. George, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Austria in Egypt. When we talk about those opportunities, we should not be looking at the traditional, in our view, we should not be looking at the traditional areas of export or trade relationships that exist. What we want to create fresh avenues and fresh perspective around how we can actually reimagine trade relationships and investment forums. As a fund, we are a manifestation of the 2030 vision. We are a manifestation of the future of the Egyptian economy, and where would we offer an attractive position for the rest of the world. As Engineer Yahya Zaki said, we are partners in industrial activities. We are partners in creating and recreating the opportunity of investing in cloud infrastructure, in data parks. This is something that Egypt has a significant advantage in offering, but then we need to have an investment strategy targeting that sector, and this is what we aim to achieve. So as a fund, when we came to existence, and we're only 2 years into the business, we came in with sector strategies that is inspired by the government priorities, inspired by the reform priorities, and inspired by the desktop research around Egypt, 100 million population, positive economic growth, diversity. So we've identified 6 key pillars of economic activities and key sectors that we're targeting. Chief among those, I think, is infrastructure. Infrastructure has been the driver of government spending over the past years, and it's also been responsible for an increased amount of government debt, an increased amount of foreign debt, because of the heavy spending that went into infrastructure that drove economic growth. So we're not shying away from that decision. We want to turn that into an opportunity, and that is what we are offering to the market now. When we started advocating renewable energy brownfielding, we started advocating powering desalination, the ambitious and aggressive desalination program of Egypt that is powered by private sector investments coming in through a partnership model, similar to the success story that Egypt launched in the renewable energy in the photovoltaic Benban Park. We can now replicate that story with a desalination program with a very positive spin and a very new spin, given that we are talking to a very famous industrial economy like Austria. This is where we need to have partnerships around industrialization and localization of technology and transfer of production lines. Reshoring and of supply lines is a key offering that not only the Suez Canal Economic Zone offers, but the entire continent offers, versus Asia, versus China, diversifying away from other areas of concentration around the world. This is an opportunity for us. So we're looking at how can we harness government demand, government needs, government priorities, and transfer those and translate those into investment opportunities, into desalination. So heavy investments going into desalination, these translate into investment products. Heavy investments coming, abundance of renewable energy, how can we translate that into a downstream economic container of value? We invest in green hydrogen and the downstream applications of green hydrogen going into green ammonia or green fuels that are rising in global economy. Austria, as part of Europe, so the entire EU has committed in within COP26 and with COP27 coming to Africa, inshallah. We're looking at what are those commitments and how those commitments translate into opportunities for us to be an export partner of green products, green investment, green energy, green powered products. Green steel is around the corner. Green fertilizers are around the corner. All of those products are scaling up. So as soon as they become mainstream, we would like to position Egypt, and we're putting our money where our mouth is. So we're investing behind that thesis quite aggressively. So outside of infrastructure, we're looking at tourism. So tourism has always been a part of the Egyptian GDP. Given the volatility of that setup, we're trying to reimagine touristic sites. So we had a quite inspiring investment with a partnership to reimagine part of the famous Cairo Citadel to become a creative hub. And creative industry is one of the fastest growing industries. Despite COVID, despite everything, it maintained its trajectory and positive growth. And so hosting and being able to contain or capture a portion of that growth in Egypt in a historic site is a monumental achievement in our view. Outside of tourism, we also are very much focused around financial inclusion and fintech. So we are an investor in SME banking engagement arms. We are investing behind companies that make it their business to engage and to include new portions of the economy, new we call it service inclusion, we call it last mile inclusion. So we want to be able to invest behind the ability to technologically engage with economic activities that are SMEs. I've done business with Austrian companies before. I understand Austria is also an SME economy, and the majority of the Egyptian economy is SME, but we'd like to invest behind how do we include that economy, how do we avail service, how do we bring service inclusion towards those. It's not only financial service, but it also a holistic services for those SME players. I'll touch base very quickly on healthcare and pharma, because this is a rising sector. In healthcare, Egypt has allocated a significant budget towards that. In our view, we see a magnificent opportunity to come in the healthcare provisioning service, catering to the middle class, becoming partnering on the level of operators, on the level of assets for healthcare, social infrastructure at large, partnering at the level of education towards healthcare as well. All of these are avenues that we are heavily investing behind, and we are very much open for business. So we hold a big sign that says we're open for business. If you want to invest in Egypt in any of those sectors, we want to be your partner of choice and will help you get there. We are an avenue to catalyze private participation into the economy. So we're trying to dish out as much as possible investment products and opportunities that we can share with partners to reimagine and see Egypt. I'm hoping I am keeping you back on track time-wise.
Let me thank you and congratulate you for your efficiency. It was 30 minutes, very interesting presentation. Thank you for highlighting that your fund is transforming government priorities into investment opportunities, and you are inviting also to create new investment avenues. And thank you also for presenting some new concrete examples such as water desalination and also the new emerging sectors. Thank you, Mr. Suleiman, for your efficiency. For sure, you will have a lot of questions after the panel. Let me now introduce and give the floor to our second panelist, Rear Admiral Mr. Mohammed Abdelaziz, Advisor of Port Affairs at Suez Canal Economic Zones. Mr. Abdelaziz, the floor is yours. Mr. Abdelaziz.
General, could you please turn on your mic, please?
I can see your name on the screen, but if you can just unmute your mic. If you have any technical issue, we can move to the third speaker while we will contact in parallel the general to see if we can solve the issue. Last call. Okay, so let us just, in order, because we have really a very serious issue of time, so let me give the floor. I can see. Okay.
I see.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry,
I was trying to. Okay.
No problem. I was expecting my turn, but I had to. Sorry for being late. Let me start by thanking you all for availing the opportunity to speak to the distinguished audience and to highlight about the SC zone, which Engineer Yahzaki has pretty much covered. But I'm going to shed light on mostly about what is the SC zone and some of the incentives that are offered for the investors therein. So doing that, let me share the screen. So if we're speaking about the SC zone, we're going to cover up through what is the SC zone very briefly, and then through SC Zone strategy for the 2020-2025, and then the investment opportunities therein. SC Zone is a promising investment destination with a total area of 461 kilometers square, including 4 industrial zones and 6 ports distributed around the main international maritime route, where almost 12% of the international seaborne trade and over 18,000 ships pass through the Suez Canal annually. And this is the catalyst, and this is actually where everybody's looking towards. Our vision is to become a leading world-class economic hub and a preferred destination for investment. Some facts about SC Zone: 4 industrial zones, 6 seaports, 14 industrial developers so far, and 3 main port operators, over 250 operational establishments, an investment cost of around $18 billion, including the infrastructure that the state has put in and around the SC Zone, offering about 100,000 direct job opportunities. As for the connectivity, which Engineer Yahzaka pretty much covered, this is the location here is something that we need to look at very viciously. Also, there has been lots of infrastructure connecting east and west of the Suez Canal and facilitating the movement of trade and movement of personnel all around. So it's well connected to the other parts of Egypt, to the main hubs and ports and other industrial areas, logistic centers, and also it's very well connected to deeply to Africa. Engineer Yahzaka has mentioned some about the Cairo, Cape Town, and also East and West, you can see on the screen. What we offer actually is here, the free trade agreements ensures access to 2 billion consumers in addition to access to the promising domestic market. We're talking about more than 100 million of consumers in Egypt, which is something that cannot be overlooked, of course. We're adapting here. We have, as I said, 6 ports and 4 industrial zones. However, we do have envisioned some integrated zones. So 2 integrated zones mainly, one located in the east and northern part of the Suez Canal zone, and one located at the Sokhna at the south. So by integrated zone, I mean there is a port and there is a logistic area and industrial area in the backyard in the hinterland. So all are consolidated can form a very good business ambient, business opportunity, and facilitate ins and outs, exportation and importation of whatever end products or components for manufacture. As for Sokhna Industrial Zone, it's one of the largest and integrated zones. It's about 210 kilometers square, located close to Suez, close to Cairo, 100 kilometers from southwest of Cairo, with the capacity to hold about 85,000 job opportunities. Currently, there is 12 industrial developers and more than 250 projects are established. We envision the land use of this area to accommodate, as you can see, heavy industries, chemicals and petrochemicals. And Engineer Yahzaka has mentioned about that we are having about more than $10 billion of investment in petrochemicals in that area. Energy components, automobile assembly parts, construction and building materials, oil refining, food processing, home appliances, pharmaceuticals, logistic activities, and refinery products. Also, there is a vision for hosting SME cluster park development to facilitate the value chains activities. As for the other integrated zone or integrated area, we have the Port Said Industrial Zone, where the East Port Said Port and the logistic area, and then an industrial area to the east. It's about 63 kilometers square. Potential manufacturing activities and a wide range of industrial clusters include, again, automotive assembly, where we already are hosting one of our rolling stock right now establishments. We are envisioning also home appliances, robotics, textile industry, electric power industry, pharmaceuticals, food processing, and other industries. The Kantara Industrial Zone, it's in the west part, and it's very much habilitated and very much absorbing for agribusiness. Ismailia East is our Silicon Valley. It's pretty much more of a green field and very much absorbent for development, where we envision to host high technology, renewable energy integrated industries, commercial and community uses. As for the ports, being the catalyst of that dynamic kind of import and export and so forth, if we speak about Sokhna Port, this is a mega development project that is currently taking place. We're adding to the existing piers and facilities 12 kilometers of quay walls, which is a huge number. It's a huge number. If you look at it, this port is already 23 kilometers, meaning 23 million meters square. The depth of the port is 17, and we're bringing it to 18 meters. We're talking about 10 kilometers of railway inside the port, connected with, used to be or is going to be connected to the LRT, the light railway train, which is going to connect Sokhna to the west of Egypt and is due to finish in about 2 years' time. So we are in a very optimistic and very vicious effort. We're paying very vicious effort to try to align with this. So also we're adding again something more.
Can I just inform you that you have
Sure.
1 minute to conclude, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Adabia port is another port that we have, and then let me resort now to the direct incentives. We're talking about, we have a set of rules and set of regulations that we've worked diligently to with the other parts of the government, actually, and with our competitor, I mean, with our colleagues, to try to develop to attract the investment. So we're talking about zero customs on all projects component imported. And in case of exporting to the local market, there would be zero VAT also applied whenever the, let me just, so zero VAT applied whether imported from local or foreign markets to the SC zone on all procurement required for manufacturing, production, operation, and raw material and components. A 14% VAT is applied on exporting products from SC zone to the local market. We also have a discount on corporate tax with net profit equivalent to 50% of project investment costs. The discount shall be attributed maximum to 80% from the paid up capital.
Thank you.
And there is another indirect investments, and pretty much Engineer Yahzaki has covered the rest. So let me thank you for the opportunity and emphasize that it's time to invest in the SC zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral, for this excellent presentation and for presenting the Suez Canal zones and the opportunities and the incentives also that you are offering for investors. Thank you for this very nice virtual journey to the different industrial zones. I'm sure that the Austrian and Arab investors will be happy to make it real and to visit the different industrial zones. Let me introduce the following speaker, my colleague, Dr. Basil Al-Khatib, the Director and UNIDO representative of the regional hub in Egypt. Dr. Khatib, the floor is yours. And you have 8 minutes, of course, Dr. Khatib. Basil, can you unmute, please, your mic?
I am having a little problem here. Just a second.
We can see the screen, Basil, and we can hear you.
Yeah, you can, but I do not see my screen. This is the problem. It is now small screen. I want to open it. I do not see my screen. I don't know what's happening because I don't see the presentation. You said you can hear me, right?
We can hear you and we can see the presentation.
Yeah, but I want to jump in the presentation from one page to another, so I don't see. Maybe Hanan, you can skip to the second so that I solve my problem. You can skip to the first. Sorry, I'm very sorry.
Okay, Basil, it will be, so we will save time. Thank you. I will introduce General Mr. Mohammed Fadil Zayed, Chairman of the Industrial Development Authority from Egypt. General Zayed, if you can take the floor, and you have 8 minutes, please. And Basil, if you can just stop sharing your screen so we give the floor.
Yes, I am trying my best to, because there is a problem. Okay, I will get out and in again, so I will see you in 8 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Zayed, the floor is yours.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to your kind selves in this remarkable event. I am the chairman of the Industrial Development Authority, Major General Engineer Mohammed Zallat. Today we will discuss why industrial investment in Egypt is an advantage. As my pre-all speaker stated, Egypt is deemed to be an international and regional center for services and production. This takes place through our center location and proximity to the global markets, and benefiting trade agreements that link Egypt to Africa and other countries. Not only this, but the availability of trained skilled labor and low costs of energy sources. This advantage allowed Egypt, despite the negative effects of COVID-19, to achieve positive growth rates. This was accomplished the industrial policies that the Ministry of Trade and Industry had adopted. And thus, the role of IDA arose in implementing these policies in order to promote investment in the industrial sector. The Egyptian government implemented legislative and reforms. Regarding the reforms, Egypt issued 2 main laws that affect the industrial business environment: the law for simplification of industrial licensing procedures, which allow low-risk license for 7 days, high-risk license for 30 days, and the other in the law of industrial land allocation. IDA, the procedure reform, IDA paid a great attention to automate all services provided to investors through the 27 IDA branches. Allow me to talk about IDA roles and initiatives. The provision of industrial lands. IDA allocated 43.5 million meters square of industrial land since 2016. The public-private partnership, which a new approach for the development of industrial clusters that lift the burden of establishing, developing, and promotion industrial zones of the public treasury. By engaging the private industrial developers. Enhancement the Upper Egypt Industrial Zone. IDA is currently working on enhancing the efficiency of 6 industrial zones in Upper Egypt, financed partially through a loan from the World Bank in order to develop both the management and the infrastructure. The industrial complexes. We have built 17 industrial complexes all over the Egypt with the main objective to enhance the local manufacturing and create more job opportunities. Industrial investment map. The Egyptian Ministry, Trade and Industry, in cooperation with competent authorities, launched a portal to share investment opportunities and facilitate industrial land allocation procedures. In addition, the Prime Minister issued this decree for land allocation mechanism to facilitate the process of allocation. The specialized industrial cities, Egyptian government had established several specialized industrial cities such as Dumyat Furniture City, El Galala Cluster Marble and Granite, textile industrial clusters in Sadat. The last but not least, the Rubaiki City, the future of leather industry, an integrated industrial cluster. It is the largest eco-industrial cluster specialized in the leather industry in the Middle East and Africa. In accordance with international standards and regulations, the clusters of Rubaiki incorporates a model management model specialized in the administrative, green, and service zones. Rubaiki City was established through 3 interconnected phases, covering the laser industry manufacturing value chain and its byproducts as follows. The first phase includes 151 tenures. This phase main activities were tanning the leather and any chemical process. It includes warehouses and stores. The second phase includes 54 factories with main activities in glue and gelatin. The main goal of this phase is to absorb the expansion request, phase 1, and also attracting feeding industries. Third phase, it covers an area of 221 acres specialized in the leather final products. The goal of this phase is to develop a complete value chain for leather industry by establishing number of factories all produce the final products as bags, shoes, sport shoes, all other leather products, and can provide manufacturing means of production as to have a complete supply chain according to different spaces available. 80 large trusses, 1,000 meter square, 20 large trusses, 2,000 meter squares. These spaces are subject to investor request and its needs. Also, this phase shall be market hub as it have a huge warehouse with 10,000 meter square, 68 workshops, administrative building, technology center, 64 storage hotel, leather products community, and specialized training center. We are looking forward to meeting you at IDA in order to establish your own factories. For further more information, kindly find the mail below. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salat, for this very interesting presentation and for presenting why to invest in Egypt and the role of the Industrial Development Authority, and for presenting very concrete example of specialized industrial zones. Thank you for your efficiency. So allow me to give the floor now to my colleague. I was informed that the problem is solved. To my colleague, Dr. Bassel Khatib, Director and UNIDO representative of the regional hub in Egypt. Bassel, the floor is yours. Mr. Zallat, if you can just stop sharing your screen to allow our colleague Dr. Khatib to share his screen. Excellent. Basil, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to share. Now I can share, yeah. Okay, share the screen. You can see my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. I will give it a bigger, we'll try to make it bigger. Okay, so hi, and sorry for the delay. Thank you, Hanan, very much. Excellencies, colleagues. On behalf of UNIDO today, I will be, as Hanan said, presenting to you actually our latest model of work within countries, the program for country partnership, and that we are now doing with Egypt and many other countries. In the Arab region, the first country to adopt the PCP was Morocco. Now it is in Egypt. What is so specific about this program and what is different in the modality of working of UNIDO in this case? First, that it is led by the highest authority of the government in each country. It's the highest political level, and the ownership is the ownership of the government. And that the sectors and the areas aligned with the national industrialization plan and the priorities of the country fully aligned with that and not far away from this. It also encourages public-private partnership and it encourages very much the private sector investment in the projects. Also, a partnership with other entities such as our UN sister organizations, development partners, financial institutions, IFIs, etc. So this is the unique issues about the new modality of the work of the program for country partnership. The importance of implementing the PCP in Egypt is that the commitment is at the highest level. The Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Leon, has met His Excellency President Sisi twice, in 2018 and in 2019. In 2018, they have set up the general structure of the PCP in Egypt. And in 2019, they talked about the main sectors and interventions within that program. And we started directly working on it, and it was signed just in April 2021 between the DG of UNIDO and the Prime Minister of Egypt, Dr. Mustafa Madbouli. The relevance to the national priorities is that it is aligned with the Egypt Vision 2030 in all its dimensions, whether it's financial or environmental, economical, or social, and in the way of increasing employment, etc. It is aligned with the industry and trade development strategy vision in which wants the industrial development to be an engine of moving the economy forward and enhancing the export growth. And it is aligned with the MSMEs entrepreneurship national strategy to develop this sector as well. It is also relevant to the general framework of the work of the UN in general in Egypt, with the first outcome on inclusive economic development and this third outcome on environmental sustainability and natural resource management. The main objective of the PCP in Egypt is to contribute to improving economic, social, and environmental performances of the Egyptian manufacturing sector. Of course, there are other objectives. One of the main other objectives is to increase the share of the manufacturing sector in the GDP, also to decrease carbon dioxide emissions, also reduce industrial waste, and increase the value of the manufacturing in per capita. What are the components that we are working on currently in this PCP? First is the industrial policy and governance. Second, investment promotion. Third, green industry. Fourth, smart cities and sustainable industrial parks. Fifth, value chains. And last, industry 4.0 and digitalization. Of course, gender and youth mainstreaming are cross-cutting among all these sectors. The first component on industrial policies we have been working on until now, we have supported the development of an industrial strategy and the development of an industrial policy, and we are working on supporting to enhance the governance and coordination provided to aid the monitoring and evaluation, etc. Actually, we are being very active in this component with the government and with all the stakeholders, the private sector and the others. On investment promotion, we want to increase the capacities related to encouraging investments in Egypt, whether it is local or foreign. And we are working on establishing an investment and technology promotion office in Egypt here. We are working on that. There are many of these offices in the world. In the Arab region, there is one in Bahrain. We are now in the middle of finalizing a deal with the government of Egypt on opening this office as soon as possible in Cairo. With the green industry, actually, to reduce the negative environmental impact, there are a lot of projects that UNIDO is implementing through the PCP. On green growth strategies, on circular economy, on renewable energy, on environmentally sustainable degradable plastics, etc. With the fourth component, the smart cities and the sustainable industrial parks, we want increased competitiveness, innovation, and sustainability. We have developed policy instruments and regulatory reforms for sustainable industrial parks. We have done capacity of industrial parks developed on the eco park model, and there is a one dedicated project for the eco industrial parks going in right now through the program for country partnership in Egypt. For the value chains, we are working on a lot of value chains. I will not mention all of them. What I will say is there is a project on the tomato value chain, which is very important due to the high level of production of tomato in the country. There is a project that is being very successful on the cotton value chain. And as you know, the production, the quality, and the price of cotton is increasing in a very good way in Egypt. Also, there are projects on value chains related to youth and women empowerment in general through these value chains. Industry 4.0, as you know, most of the factories and SMEs in Egypt are following still the Industry 2.0. And they are trying...
Still 1 minute, please, to conclude.
Yes, sure. I'm finalizing. And they are trying to move to Industry 3.0. Now, what we are trying to do is a leapfrogging from 2.0 directly to 4.0. And we will very soon establish a center to be a model for such work for the manufacturing sector in Egypt. Main achievements, I will go very fast. On the policy support, I will give an example. We prepared the Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development Roadmap for 2020-2024. As a facing COVID-19, we did a lot. We did the Industrial Performance Index, which was very welcomed by all stakeholders and the government. We did the COVID-19 guidelines for the manufacturing sector and a roadmap for the PPE supply chain. On the technical cooperation, I want to say that the PCP now contains currently 15 ongoing projects with a budget of $36 million. The target is to reach in the coming 4 years, $172 million. And finally, on the green industry, as you see, there are a set of projects that is being done on the environmental side. On the smart cities and industrial parks, we are doing a very nice project in Hurghada now, and on all industrial parks, and with cooperation with many stakeholders. And for the value chain, I have mentioned them before, as you can see them on the screen. I will not go into details. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Basil. Thank you, Dr. Khatib, for the presentation and for leading our work in Egypt and in the region. A key word in the program for country partnership is the partnership. And as highlighted by Dr. Khatib, we are establishing a lot of partnership with many stakeholders. Investment promotion is one of the key components in the PCP, and within the PCP, we are also facilitating South-South cooperation with other Arab countries. Thank you for your presentation, and I will give the floor to Mr. Ahmed Maghawi Diab, First Undersecretary and Head of Egyptian Commercial Service in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Mr. Diab, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for putting us together today, and actually to discuss something very important to us. And I thank you for as well the panelists and the participants. Mine is not a presentation, it's going to be rather a speech, and the speech is going to be on behalf of Her Excellency Minister Naveen Gama, Minister of Trade and Industry of Egypt. And allow me to read this speech out. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it gives me great pleasure to be present in the 12th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum on behalf of Her Excellency Minister Naveen Gama, who was unable to participate due to prior commitments. Attending this forum today is a great pleasure, an opportunity to present the highlights in the Egyptian economy with focus on the economic relations between Egypt and Austria and the industrial development progress that we witnessed in the past 5 years. Trade figures for Egypt and Austria show with no doubt that there is more potential and wider scope for coordination between our nations. The trade volume in 2020 was nearly $332 million. Egypt's exports accounted for almost $61 million, and Austria's exports were around $271 million, of course. Egyptian exports to Austria consisted mainly of fruits, vegetables, fertilizers, textiles, and ready-made garments, marble, and granite. On the other hand, the Austrian exports to Egypt consisted mainly of machinery, equipments, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, iron, and steel. Furthermore, the Austrian investments in Egypt are nearly $21 million, distributed among 161 companies working in the following sectors: chemicals, pharmaceuticals, engineering, and construction. The previously mentioned numbers show that there is still room to increase the level of cooperation between our countries, and explore more areas of mutual interest, which will allow me to highlight the industrial progress in the past 5 years and show you how far we've reached in that front. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to confirm that the Egyptian state, with the leadership of His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, exerts the utmost effort to achieve sustainable economic development. Through focusing on several promising sectors and implementing an action plan for structural reform, these sectors pave the way for private sector participation and create levels of added value. One of them is the industrial sector, which represents a priority for the Egyptian state, being one of the sectors with highest levels of production growth, and the role it plays in creating job opportunities and improving productivity. Despite the repercussions of the global pandemic, the industrial sector has succeeded in the year 2019-2020 in creating growth of around 6.3%. And the increase in general investments executed in the transformative industries reached around 7 times more than it was 6 years ago, as it recorded £49 million in 2019-2020 compared to only £6.1 billion in 2013-2014. Egypt successfully invested £10 billion in establishing 3 new industrial zones and 17 industrial compounds, mainly for small and medium-sized enterprises in 15 governorates. In addition, we granted permits to almost 48,000 factories to operate and 17,000 factories to expand their business activities, with the cost of around 44 billion Egyptian pounds, contributing with 140,000 job opportunities. The government started a mega project to replace vehicles, to work and transform them, to work with natural gas. The aim is, of course, to reduce pollution. This is a step that we are really considering to move forward towards becoming greener, and of course, implementing more greener measures when it comes, of course, to local manufacturing. Egyptian exports increased by around 36%, and 11.8% was the decrease in imports from abroad. Trade balance deficit decreased by around 28% in 2020 compared to 2015. Through the past 6 years, the Egyptian government has also keenly executed macroeconomic policies that focused on boosting economic growth levels that are both variable and sustainable. With the economic reform program being placed as a top priority through implementing a comprehensive developmental strategy called Egypt Vision 2030, which targets various goals, placing Egypt in the top 30 countries economically and socially. The short-term economic plan of the government represents the nucleus for this vision, since it targets increasing the average GDP growth rate and decreasing the budget deficit and inflation rates. The Ministry of Trade and Industry has also launched its strategy to strengthen the industrial development and foreign trade in line with the strategy of Egypt Vision 2030, targeting to increase the competitiveness of priority industrial sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, Egypt has implemented various legislative and institutional reforms through issuing a bundle of laws and legislations, including the new investment law, the industrial licensing law, the law of protecting competitiveness, the law of microfinancing, and the law of bankruptcy, as well as adopting legislative and institutional procedures that would reinforce partnership with the private sector in infrastructure projects. I would also mention law number 152 of the year 2020, pertaining to the development of medium and small and micro enterprises. It was ratified that year with the aim of simplifying the procedures for setting up projects and encouraging the private sector in local and foreign investments. Ladies and gentlemen, recent years have also witnessed intensified investments in infrastructure projects, which include projects of the National Roads Network, contributing to improving the Egyptian ranking in the global ranking of the sub-index of road quality by 90 places. In addition to the energy sector projects, especially the expansion of the new and renewable energy production plants in partnership with the private sector, as well as the development-related projects along with the Suez Canal access. Work is also underway to establish 14 fourth-generation cities, including the establishment of the new administrative capital, which will be opened in mid-year next year, with the aim of increasing urbanization and relieving the pressure on services available in the existing cities. Over the past 7 years, the Egyptian government has been oriented towards pumping public investments in the field of infrastructure, expansion and expanding the establishment of new industrial clusters, and offering industrial lands in various regions over the Republic. along with simplifying the procedures within the framework of the new industrial licensing law, as well as completing the industrial investment map in the governor rates, and launching the electronic government portal for Egypt's investment map to reserve industrial lands. This portal facilitates industrial land reservation in 18 industrial zones. At the end, I would like to thank you for giving me the chance to participate in today's forum and highlight the economic and industrial progress in Egypt. I seized this opportunity to invite our business communities in both countries, of course, to engage more, to foster the economic ties between our nations and explore the untapped areas of cooperation. Have a good day and a successful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Diab, and thank you for Her Excellency Ms. Nivin Jamia for this excellent speech that highlights the Egypt's vision and plans in terms of industrial development in line with Egypt Vision 2030. We will open the floor for 1 to 2 questions maximum. And in parallel, I would like just to ask our distinguished speaker if you can open your camera for a group session photo and waiting for the 2 questions. And after that, we will hand over directly to the General Secretary, Mr. Khoja, for the second session. Cannot see any question, but I can see a lot of, by the way, proposal for partnership and cooperation in the chat. It means that it was really very interesting, and we have very concrete cooperation proposals from the participants. If you can open your cameras, please, for the photo, so I can hand over to Mr. Khoja, and we respected our 1 hour, Mr. Khoja, and thanks to the different distinguished participants.
He will talk in a while. Spricht gerade nachher.
I mean, thank you for the different speakers. Thank you for the very rich presentation and speeches. And I hand over to Mr. Khoja for the rest of the program. Thank you.
So there is one question, Hanan, if you please can. How can Austria support in the current efforts in Egypt for waste management?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Abu Ghalma, you didn't mention your question is addressed to whom directly, but how can Austria support in the current effort in Egypt for waste management? I invite 1 or 2 of the speakers to provide some inputs. It's more for the Austrian side, by the way, this question.
Maybe allow me to take this. If I elaborate on the waste management technology that we have, if you visit Vienna, you will see that there is more than 2 stations of waste to energy centers, and the 2 of them very huge and large stations. They are state of the art and 2 of the best waste to energy centers worldwide. And this is under the leadership of the Governorate of Vienna as a municipality and Vienna Holding, and also with the support of the private sector. The private sector, the engineering and the waste to energy topic is it's an outstanding technology of Austria. If you want any contacts to those private sectors, please let us know. By the way, we would like to have all your inquiries and questions, not only online, but later also addressed to our chamber, and we will serve those questions and answer them. Again, the technology is a high technology in Austria, waste to energy, and we are very open and of course willing to provide you with the relevant connections. So, Mr. Hofstadler, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Khoja, and we received a very interesting link with the potential Austrian companies in the waste sector. Thank you, Mr. Wöhler, for sharing the link. So if you allow me, Mr. Khoja, I will hand over to you. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Hanan, and we have additional question, but we will touch it later, maybe during the next session. Thank you again, Mrs. Hanan, for the charming and very efficient leadership. And thank you all speakers who elaborate of these breathtaking developments that we are witnessing in Egypt, and also the possibility of cooperating with Austria and Austrian technology, Austrian companies, and having a deep partnership. Allow me to present our next speaker, who will give us a very good testimonial, our good friend, Mr. Imad Taimur, the head of the Egyptian side of the Egyptian Austrian Business Council. Mr. Imad, we are very delighted that we have you here in our session today, our event, and it is always a pleasure to welcome you in Austria, and maybe we will meet the next time, not only in Austria, but also in Egypt. Mr. Imad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody. Dr. Shanes, my dear friend, is my co-partner in the Austrian Egyptian Business Council. Dr. Shanes, Your Excellency, and Ambassador Mullah, my dear friends. I have to say I'll be very brief and very directly, and maybe go to the point, if you allow me. The point that we are, as a business council, we have done more than 8 missions to Austria, trying to explore several areas. We have done at the beginning, when we were concentrating on exporting from Egypt agricultural agricultural products, textile, marble, and so on. And we have achieved certain success, in my opinion, in that one. Lately, the last one, which is the most important mission, in my opinion, we did it in 2018. We had almost the same people who attended today's mission, gathering as there. Dr. Nada was there with us, Suez Canal with us, Gafi with us, and we have door-knocked or have so many meetings in Austria explaining Egypt opportunity for investment. Okay, we have met the people from the Austrian Federation Chamber. We have a meeting with the UNIDO. We have a meeting with the OPEC Investment Fund. We have meeting with the and so many meetings actually we have done here. I don't want to go through it. Okay, so to all of that was really to explain about Egypt. Dr. Nada, we just made a speech. He did a very good speech at that time. So current people who have about 4 or 6 persons with us. They have the film and the video, and they explain what's going for the investment. Okay, we did all this effort thanks to the Chamber of Commerce of Austria. Deputy was with us, and we had several meetings with them. But what is the outcome? Zero, unfortunately. Austrian is not for investment in Egypt. Let's be honest about it. Austrian is small and medium-sized companies, very successful, but to go and invest in Egypt is for them a little bit more difficult. They concentrate to go to the Eastern Europe, their neighbors, they know quite well, they know the country, they go and they can invest there. But in Egypt, I think a little bit difficult for them to understand and to travel and to come, different language, different mentality, and try to invest in Egypt. definitely, what can we do with Austria? Austria, we have two areas which we should concentrate upon, frankly speaking. One area is to use Egypt as a hub for all the Arab countries. We have trade agreement with Arab countries. We have trade agreement with COMESA, with Africa. So many trade agreements which allow Austrian companies to use Egypt as a hub, do some small manufacturing, small addition, and export to all those countries and get benefit from the privilege for custom duties and relation. This could be a very good opportunity. And instead of working for 250 million customers will be available if you use Egypt as a hub for all of that. This could be a very good idea. We should concentrate upon and try to explain to small and medium-sized Austrian companies. The second area, which could be very important also, and it was mentioned briefly about the desalination plant and water and so, because I'm in water business actually. I cannot ask an Austrian company to come and invest in desalination plant in Egypt. They will not do it. Let's face it. Let's be honest about it. Yes, they can give their know-how, they can give the expertise. This is what we need. We need know-how, we need the experience, and we need management from Austria. This sort of thing could be an area of cooperation between our two countries. But let's take it, gentlemen, let's say it, but let's be honest. Take a company like OMV for petroleum. We tried to meet them several times to invest, they don't even want to listen to us. OMV for petroleum, come and invest in Egypt, what we can do, nothing. A company like this has been for steel, they will not come and make a steel plant in Egypt. Let's do it. So let's concentrate on small and medium size and see how we could establish a relation between small and size medium Austrian company, SMEs, and Egyptian partners. They can take from them some know-how, some expertise, some technical support, some management. Okay, that's what we can do. For example, we have a lot of projects in Egypt for water, desalination, sewage treatment plant, and so on. What we need a lot of mechanical equipment. Okay, instead of importing mechanical equipment, we can use Austrian technology to fabricate some of those mechanical equipment in Egypt. It's not an investment, but it's support. It can give engineering design from Austria with some supervision. Then we have an Austrian flag on it, and it is this would be an idea. But this, at least, my opinion regarding that. So first of all, I would like to thank. Sorry, I forgot to thank the organizer of this event. But yeah, I have one remark. We should have discussed before to whom we should address this event, because now you are talking to people. They are very good people from the government, and they are explain extremely well what to do and about Egypt. But we have to get more audience from other sectors, which should be more. How do you call it? Could be business. Should come from them. Government is government. But we have to look to the private sector and how to enhance the private sector, either in Austria or in Egypt, to increase the cooperation with our two countries. Thank you very much. Hopefully I didn't take much time, short time, but anyhow, I just brief you about my opinion for 20 years coming to Austria, meeting so many people, have so many friends in Austria, by the way, and I like it very much. And this is the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imad Taimur. And we taken the 2 points into consideration that you elaborate on. But allow me to say one thing. We have with us a big number of Austrian companies. Those are not only covering the public sector, but also the private sector. So we do have a lot of companies like ILF, and other BABAC and so on and so on. And we are very ready to give the network. And also our brother, the Federal Chamber of Commerce, and we are open to have a conversation. Again, thank you very much for your testimonial, and it is always a pleasure to have you as partner, Mr. Imad, and also regards to Nasli as well, and the whole team, and we will see you in the next.
Next time we meet you in Austin, hopefully, inshallah. Very good.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming a little bit late, but although to our break, please see with us and observe with us some videos, and we will start at point 13 o'clock, 1 p.m. Thank you very much and see you later.
الاستثمار أساس التنمية وتوفير فرص العمل والتوظيف وتحسين جودة الخدمات الصحية والتعليمية. الاستثمار يبدأ بالفكر ويشجع على الابتكار والإبداع وإيجاد كوادر شابة مبتكرة. وخلال الأعوام القليلة الماضية قامت مصر بتطبيق برنامج إصلاحي شامل، حيث نجحت في تحديث منظومتها الاستثمارية بالكامل، وأوجدت بيئة استثمارية قوية قادرة على المنافسة العالمية.
الاكتشافات الأخرانية اللي لقيناها في البحر المتوسط كميات غاز غير متوقعة تكفي الاستهلاك المحلي وتبقى قابلة أيضا للتصدير. كمية الطرق اللي أنشئت، كمية محطات الكهرباء اللي أنشئت ولدت طاقة تكفي ل10 سنين اللي جايين.
طاقة كافية إن أنا أقدر أبني مصانع جديدة أو في الزراعة أو في المجال الخدمي.
الدولة اتخذت مجموعة من الإجراءات الصحيحة اللي كنا محتاجينها من زمان.
فكانت البداية بإصدار وتطبيق قانوني الاستثمار والشركات لتسهيل الإجراءات على المستثمرين وإتاحة الفرص للشباب وتمكين المرأة وإيجاد بيئة استثمارية قوية.
The Egyptian government have made great efforts in supporting the local automotive industry.
The booming investment infrastructure in Egypt led us to experience major growth in the market.
The new investment law is really facilitating the opening of the new project.
But it's also a very good hub for manufacturing and for export.
Also helping the investors to move forward with their agenda.
قانون الاستثمار وضع لكي لا يتغير.
وبعد استكمال التشريعات بدأت الخطوات العملية لاستخدام التكنولوجيا المتطورة والتحول الرقمي بإطلاق خريطة مصر الاستثمارية على الموقع الإلكتروني www.investinegypt.gov.eg.
فيها المستثمر يقدر ان هو يسجل حساب على الخريطة، وعن طريق تسجيل الحساب ده بيتفتح له امكانيات وخصائص المناطق بانواعها، سواء كانت مناطق استثمارية، مناطق حرة، مناطق صناعية او مناطق تكنولوجية،
والتي تحتوي على اكثر من 3000 مشروع في مختلف المجالات وفي كل المحافظات بدون استثناء، كما تظهر في المشروعات القومية الكبرى كالعاصمة الإدارية الجديدة. وتم استكمال تطوير المنظومة الاستثمارية بتجهيز مراكز خدمات المستثمرين وتأسيسها على أحدث النظم العالمية. وعملت المراكز على تقديم الخدمات للمستثمر بكفاءة وفعالية.
تقليل البيروقراطية والروتين.
طاقم يحل للمستثمرين.
كأنك في سويسرا مش كأنك في مصر.
تقدر تأسس شركة وتبقى موجودة ومنطلقة وشغالة.
وان ستوب شوب. أي مستثمر بيروح في خلال يومين 3 بيحضر كل أوراقه وبياخد كل أبروفز.
كما بدأ العمل على تحديث وإنشاء المناطق الحرة والتي تعتبر إحدى آليات جذب الاستثمارات المحلية والأجنبية.
بروكتر اند جامبل بتبص لمصر على إنها واحدة من أهم دول المستقبل اتفاقيات التجارة الحرة، بتشجعنا على التصدير لأكثر من 40 دولة بأكثر من $250 مليار.
وجود مصنع مركزات كوكاكولا في المنطقة الحرة ساعد في عملية التصدير بأقل روتين.
ليصل إجمالي المناطق الحرة في مصر إلى 16 منطقة تغطي أنحاء الجمهورية بإجمالي استثمارات $26.3 مليار.
حجم استثمارات ل 4776 شركة في مصر $27 مليار.
We have plans to invest over $200 million further going forward.
وتوفر أكثر من 1,000,000 فرصة عمل مباشرة وغير مباشرة.
Mercedes-Benz is securing more than 1,000 direct and indirect jobs.
And every year we hire highly talented young IT graduates that are joining the 14,000 strong operation of Vodafone.
ويتواصل تطوير منظومة الاستثمار المصرية من خلال إعادة إحياء المناطق الاستثمارية، وذلك بتوفير أراضٍ كاملة المرافق من خلال مطورين متخصصين لتحقيق التنمية المتكاملة والشاملة في مختلف المجالات. ولقد ساهمت المناطق الاستثمارية في جذب العديد من الاستثمارات العالمية.
مناخ الاستثمار في مصر خلى منافستنا أحسن كتير من بلاد كتيرة
كانت سبقانا.
شركة كوكاكولا هتحط أكتر من نص مليار دولار استثمارات خلال ال3 سنين الجايين.
It's an investment of 50 million euro. We are very confident in the economic development of Egypt.
We have a factory by investing over $1 billion Egyptian pounds.
شركة اسكاتيك سولار شركة نرويجي من استثمارات في محطة بنبان، وهي أكبر محطة طاقة شمسية على مستوى العالم باستثمارات ب 500 مليون دولار.
ويستمر التوسع في إنشاء المناطق الاستثمارية الجديدة، ويبلغ عددها 13 منطقة داخل 7 محافظات، تحقيقا للرؤية المستقبلية وتماشيا مع التوجهات الاستثمارية العالمية.
The government is opening new doors for us to invest in areas beyond the traditional telecom. We're very proud to have operations, of course, not only in Cairo, but across the country. Burj Al Arab, Beni Suef, Asyut, many locations with plenty of talent for investment opportunities.
اهتماما خاصا بالشركات الناشئة وريادة الأعمال والاستثمار في رأس المال البشري، وذلك من خلال تأسيس 54 شركة ناشئة واستقبال أكثر من 5000 فكرة، إيمانا بأن التطوير الدائم هو السبيل الوحيد للاستمرارية على الإطلاق. فكل يوم هو فرصة جديدة، فكرة جديدة، استثمار جديد لمستقبل مشرق.
We see Egypt as an important market.
ما فيش وقت احسن من الوقت ده ان حد يستثمر في مصر.
وهناك فرص واعده للاستثمار في مصر.
أكثر من أسواق كثيرة تانية.
In a key country within a key continent.
مصر هي بوابة أفريقيا.
Egypt is about these opportunities. قرارنا بالاستثمار في مصر كان صحيح.
Egypt is a hub for exportation. That's why we encourage you to invest in Egypt.
The future is exciting.
Invest straight away tomorrow.
Now is the right time to invest in Egypt.
ده أحسن وقت
للاستثمار في مصر.
استثمر في مصر.
Invest in Egypt.
استثمر في مصر.
استثمر في مصر.
Invest in Egypt.
استثمر في مصر.
استثمر في مصر.
Invest
In Egypt.
استثمر في مصر.
has an active license, please go to the desktop or smartphone and enter the meeting ID along with the pairing code indicated below.
Så to už konec kolámek mohl to být dokument nevěta.
Plan B. Plan B. Über PC mit Kamera.
Kamera ist da, ja. Das wäre die Dinge. Hi, Sharif.
Man hört deine Musik nicht.
Siemens, and we already contract. We already contracted with the company Siemens, with the German company Siemens, for the first line of high-speed train.
والخط الأولاني دوت هيبقى رابط من العين السخنة على البحر الأحمر.
It will make a connection from عين السخنة on Red Sea.
بالعاصمة الإدارية الجديدة، ثم مدينة الإسكندرية، ثم مدينة مطروح على البحر الأبيض.
Then to the new administrative capital and Alexandria and مطروح on the Mediterranean Sea.
ودوت هنطرحه برضو على القطاع الخاص للإدارة والتشغيل والصيانة.
It will be tendered for the private sector in order to make maintenance, operation and management for the line.
بالإضافة اللي احنا بنتفاوض في الوقت الحالي مع شركة سيمنز لتنفيذ الخطين التانيين.
And now we are negotiating with the Siemens company in order to implement the new two lines.
الخط الأولاني هيبقى رابط من مدينة الأقصر.
The first line will connect from Luxor City
للغردقة ثم إلى مدينة سفاجة.
To Hurghada and then to Safaga.
ده هيكون بطول 300 كيلو متر.
It will be 300 kilometers long.
الخط الثالث هيكون من مدينة 6 أكتوبر إلى مدينة أسوان.
And the third line it will be from 6 of October city to Aswan city.
وده هيكون بطول حوالي 800 كيلو متر.
It will be 800 kilometers long.
ودولت مجرد ما نحقق التعاقد مع شركة سيمنز وهنبتدي في تنفيذ المشروع، برضه هيبقوا مطرحين على القطاع الخاص للإدارة والتشغيل والصيانة.
It will be tendered for the private sector in order to make management, maintenance and operation.
القطاع الرابع اللي احنا في وزارة النقل اللي هو تطوير المواني.
The fourth sector that we have in Ministry of Transport is the development of ports.
واحنا بننفذ المواني البنية الأساسية للميناء أو المحطات الحاويات الجديدة من خلال موازنة الدولة.
And now we are implementing the infrastructure of ports and the container terminal through the budget of the country, of the state.
واللي احنا شغالين فيهم دلوقتي اللي هو في ميناء الدخيلة.
Now we are working in الدخيلة port.
فيها محطة الصب النظيف ومحطة صب غير نظيف.
We have the clean and unclean bulk terminal.
ودولت هيبقوا يعني هيطرحوا بعد ما بنخلص الانشاء بتاعتهم او في نهايه مراحل الانشاء بيطرحوا على القطاع الخاص للاداره والتشغيل.
وائل بيه،
ايوه
نحاول بس كده يعني ايه نلخص الجزء اللي باقي عشان الوقت السيشن اذا سمحت.
حاضر. معلش يا حاجه كتير اصلها.
انا عارف ما شاء الله طبعا، يعني حاجه تفرح وتشرف طبعا، يعني حاجه ما شاء الله. واحنا ممكن اذا كان في دوكيومنت نحطها نرفقها تبقى في حوزتهم يتم تداولها بلستة المشروعات وما الى ذلك.
احنا ما عندناش مشكله خالص.
تمام، شكرا جزيلا.
المينا الثاني اللي هو المينا سفاجه ده على البحر الاحمر، برضو انشاء محطه حاويات جديده.
And we have Safaga port, also construction of container terminal.
القطاع الخامس عندنا اللي هو المواني الجافه.
And the fifth sector is the dry port.
احنا عندنا 9 مناطق لانشاء المواني الجافه والمناطق اللوجستيه. اطرح اول واحد اللي هو مدينه 6 اكتوبر، ورثي على تحالف دي بي شانكر الالمانيه مع السويدي المصري.
And we have 9 areas for the construction of dry ports and the logistics centers. The first one is the 6th of October. We have consortium Sweden with Shankar. دي بي شانكر.
المحطه اللي هي مطروحه دلوقتي او اللي هي المنطقه اللوجستيه والمينا الجاف في العاشر من رمضان، وكان التقديم بتاعهم 20 اكتوبر.
And now we have a tender for the dry port and the logistics center of 10 of Ramadan.
بقيه المواني اول ما بنخلص الدراسات بتاعتها بالتنسيق مع وحده المشاركه في وزاره الماليه وبنك اعاده الاعمار هيطرحوا تباعا، زي المينا الجاف في سوهاج وبني سويف وبرج العرب والسادات.
باقي المواني ايه؟ قبل ما نخلص؟
أول ما نخلص الدراسات.
And we will continue the rest of ports once we conclude the studies like dry port of Sohag, برج العرب، السادات.
القطاع السادس والاخير عندنا اللي هو النقل النهري.
And the sixth sector is the river sector.
وقطاع النقل النهري يمكن احنا عندنا في تقصير منا وان هو مهمل، وده اللي احنا محتاجين المعاونه. انا عارف ان النمسا مشهوره باداره المجاري المائيه النهريه.
And we want the support of Austria regarding the river waterways management because they have a huge experience in this sector.
واحنا عندنا قطعتين ارض جاهزين لانشاء مواني نهريه عليهم.
And we have 2 plots of land in order to construct 2 ports on them.
في مدينه سوهاج
in Sohag City and Qina City.
بقول لك ايه، انا بس انا عايز اعرف بس البرنامج بتاع جماعه بتوع اندر هيجوا امتى وهيدعوزني امتى وهقابلهم امتى، وده انا عندي معاك.
هم كانوا عايزين يحطوا اللي هو خير
وما لقوش مطرح.
ده كده ملخص سريع. ده كده ملخص سريع لمشروعات النقل وخطة النقل في الفترة القادمة.
This is a brief regarding the transport projects and the transport plan in the future. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wael Naim. You really took us in a very interesting tour regarding the transportation systems and projects in Egypt, taking into consideration all the modes and types of transportation, whether the river transportation that you mentioned, that you need, the contribution of the Austrian companies in this type of transportation. Also, you explained to what extent Egypt went through more than 9,000 kilometers of railway transportation, and you're adding more and more regarding this matter, in addition to the ground transportation, ports, railway, monorail. Thank you very much for this introduction. And I believe that we can ask you to leave a copy of whatever you have for projects to be available at the chamber for whoever of companies interested in participating in any of all these outstanding projects that you mentioned. It's really interesting to have this in Egypt and considered prerequisites for any development in the country. Thank you very much. Now we are going to switch to George Crane, the head of Advantage Osteria Cairo, Austrian Commercial Counselor for Egypt, Libya, and Sudan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Also, thank you very much to the whole team of AACC for the great organization of this event. My name is Georg Krenn. I welcome you all from Cairo here on this beautiful afternoon. Some of you might not know me, but you know my predecessor, Mr. Martin Woller, who used to work here in Cairo for 6 years. And I'm sure most of you have dealt with him. I hope I can follow suit in his big footsteps. And I'll be your man, the Austrian man in Cairo for the upcoming 5 to 8 years, God permitting. We've heard so much about all the major projects that are going on in Egypt right now. And I can only state, being the representative of the Austrian economy here in Cairo, that Austrian companies are 100% interested and committed to participate in these projects. Since His Excellency Mr. Well-Naim has already discussed all these projects, there's no need for me to elaborate them once more or again. But from our experience, what we really can see under the leadership of the Ministry of Transport, His Excellency Mr. Kamil Wazir, really there has been a push for new projects that we have not seen in the past. We as Advantage Austria, we have tried to support Austrian companies in the railway sector already for many years. But previous to this time now, there has never been such a push for new projects. So a lot of companies actually tell me that in the past years, they have not actively pursued the projects here in Egypt that avidly as it is happening now, because now is really the opportunity, and now the projects are getting on the ground and are really being done by the Egyptian government. So from my point of view, there's the huge invitation to the Egyptian side. There's a lot of know-how in Austria that is actually suitable for such projects. I know that some of the companies are already active, and especially we have the expert companies that are also participating today, but there are a lot of hidden champions that you might not be aware of. So we have a very good document called our Fresh View on railway technologies. It's a sector overview about Austrian specialist companies. So you get 120 plus companies that might be possible to actually give additional know-how and service to the Egyptian railway industry. As you know, Austrian companies are mostly small SME companies, so we don't have big EPC contractors that might be engaging in these projects as general Generalunternehmer, so to say in German, as main contractor. But we have small companies that will be able to provide their technology, and Austrian companies are more than open to provide it, really. For the Austrian side, we want to be the go-to partner here in Cairo. We have been in touch with all the local stakeholders here in Egypt for many years. We're always in discussion with Austrian companies. So please feel free to come to us, reach out to us, and we're going to try to bring you in touch with the most important players here in the field. From our side, what needs to be pointed out is that you really need to make a distinction between all these projects that are going on. Since we're focusing now here on the railway sector, everything that is done by electrified trains is now falls under the NAT, the National Authority for Tunnels. And everything that is still diesel generated is actually done by ENR. So please always have the distinction between these two players, and we'll be happy to bring you in touch with the correct players, also to present your technologies there. For the time being, however, it is not so easy for Austrian companies here. There's always a lack of funding. We are really trying to get this sorted out. We're in regular talks with our ÖKB, Austrian Kontrollbank, the Austrian Export Credit Agency, to tap into new funds. They're totally aware of the funding problem. And we're actually looking into a new soft loan agreement, which will, however, not be concluded that quickly. But on the other side, ÖKB is always open for very specific soft loan projects. So from the Austrian side, a total commitment to actually get into new soft loans. On the other hand, we're currently looking into new products. One of them is a third country agreement. So together with Egyptian EPC contractors, Austrian know-how providers will be able to go into third countries in Africa or in the Middle East, where they could actually unite forces and actually have funding done by the ÖKB and also Egyptian partners. So hopefully we will have good news with regard to the financing soon. On the other side, we see a big problem at the time being with the customs in Egypt. And I'm sure all of the Austrian companies that are active in Egypt, they have a little bit of a headache, since Egypt is now developing the customs system to a completely electronic system, the so-called ACI, Advanced Cargo Information System. All the freight information, all documents need to be entered before you actually ship your products to Egypt. So if you have any questions with regard to this ACI system, please come to us. We've consulted more than 300 Austrian companies during the past weeks. So we really have the right contacts there. And if you have any trouble with this new system, please feel free to come to us and we'll be happy to assist you. Final words, how do we assess now, how can Austrian companies enter the Egyptian market in the best way possible? So for us, always we say you need somebody on the ground, you need somebody running for you that has all the local contacts that can actually get you in touch with the local players. We'll also be happy to get you in touch with those agents. For instance, I've seen in the audience Sheriff Azer, who's the partner of Plaza, who will be speaking after me. This is a great example of somebody who can run for your company. And if you have somebody on the ground, you will be very successful. With this, I want to finish my brief remarks today. Please feel free, if you're an Austrian company, to reach out to us, and we're going to discuss how we can support you in Egypt. If you are an Egyptian player and you're looking for Austrian technology, please also feel free to reach out to us, and we'll be happy to find the suitable know-how in Austria that might benefit your project. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to any questions from your side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. George. It was really interesting, brief, to the point, showing to what extent your office is ready to help both sides. And it looks that you are very familiar with the new laws and regulations in the country Egypt, and you are familiar with the details of the projects that are carried on under the Ministry of Transportation in Egypt. I like this a lot, and linking transportation with trade is really important, and I really appreciate your effort and work in this domain. Thank you. Now we are going to switch to the next panelist, Mr. Christoph Gottes, and I'm sorry if I pronounce anything wrong, because I might be mistaken. I'm sorry. Is the CEO of Turnkey Siemens Mobility. The floor is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot to all of you, Your Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be here in your forum today. Before I start, I have prepared 2-3 slides. Is it possible to share this on the screen, or do you want me to do this?
If you could share your screen from your side and it works, it would be fine. But
Okay, I check if this is possible. If you can see it.
Nice. Yes, we see it.
You still see it, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, well, I just probably need to. No. Does it work? Yeah.
It works very nice.
Okay, very good. Thanks. All right. Yeah, I'm already impressed. So as I was already introduced to Christoph Götz, I'm the CEO for Siemens Mobility Turnkey. Means we get everything to life for operation and passenger service, freight as well. And you will hear this later, what we're going to do. Yeah, impressed by the commitments and all the points given today already, to boost connectivity through infrastructure, reduce emissions, have more green environment, develop economy, digitalization, labor for people in all countries. Yeah, and we touched briefly the topic Cairo, Cape Town. Yeah, is it an ambitious plan? You could think so. If you look from our side as Siemens Mobility, it has already started, because we are already contributing with Signal Solutions railway network in South Africa. So this is already live. And you heard this before from the government. We are proud to be announced to deliver the new high-speed rail network for Egypt. And this will in the end bring already 10% of the planned corridor down from Cairo to Cape Town. So it is an ambitious plan, but fair to say, a couple of miles already gone. With this mega invest, Egypt will have the really first-class high-speed and electrified mainline and freight rail, which I will talk you through in a minute, and will become one of the top 10 high-speed rail countries in the world. So it's a real mega invest, and I like your words play, make Egypt global again. And we go to the next page. Hopefully this works. No. Yeah, this new modern rail system, this will transform every day and every life in Egypt. And it's really, yeah, if I may say, it will create the Suez Canal, on rails. You can see this is the green line, so it shows Sokhna, up to Alexandria. So this is really driving then the Suez Canal via the rails through Egypt. And but it's more. It is this new high-speed project will improve transport for everyone. It's for passengers on the one side, and on the other side for freight systems as well. So and this both will boost the economy. For example, it will cut half of the travel times between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean coast. And think of yourself, if your family lives on the other side, it's easy. 2 hours drive, you can do it in a day. Business-wise, I will prefer it, because it gives an easy travel, even a day travel, you can allow, especially from Cairo being in the middle and connecting. Yeah, and in addition, it will introduce a comfortable commuter regional system around Greater Cairo area. Everyone who has been recently in Cairo, and you can bet the last 9 months we more or less been frequently in Cairo, for sure, for the high-speed project. Yeah, you know the traffic situation in the city. So providing now a commuter system solves a lot of issues, and it will contribute to the governmental targets as well, cutting carbon emissions and reducing air pollution in the big capital. So this is a real benefit for the entire region and area. And we are very proud and honored to provide this new technology of the project based on our best-in-class rolling stock and rail infrastructure platforms. We do this, of course, together with our local partners, Rascom Construction and other contractors. With them all together, we will deliver, and we make this project really a high-speed execution and success. Now, looking one little bit deeper, to give you some highlights of this mega deal, of this mega project. It is about driving innovation. So we will provide 3 different types of trains. You see them nicely already on the big picture in the middle. So you see, beginning right-hand side, the Velaro, which is, fair to say, the backbone of any high-speed traffic in Germany. So this is the modernist train, and it is the backbone of German railways, Deutsche Bahn. In addition, we will provide in the middle the D0 high-capacity train. This guarantees outstanding passenger experience. It's a single deck and double decker. So to commute daily in and out in Cairo, which will be a real difference to today's world. And of course, the left-hand side, you can see our Vectron locomotive. This guarantees super efficient cargo transport. Altogether, you can see on the right-hand side, this will enable more than 30 million passengers a year traveling on this new system. And in addition, it will grow the transport of goods in Egypt, somewhere 1.3 billion ton-kilometer per year, equal to roughly 15% increase. So this has a positive effect on the country. And of course, as already mentioned, with this new technology and completely electrified system, we will then have in the country 70% less CO2 emissions compared to today's numbers. And this is a dramatic contribution for entire Egypt. And combining this technology with our own maintenance service and using, of course, local people, we can drive this up to 100% availability. So there is, of course, this is the next level. And as I explained before, Egypt is then under the top 10 of the high-speed rail operators. And last not least, it will create more than 15,000 jobs in the country. Indirect, it might be even more. And it's important to say this, especially for the young people in your country, in Egypt. It enables them to have high sophisticated jobs, because all these trains come with the modern technology, digitalization. So we need data analysts and so on. But we need people for blue-collar work as well. And therefore, I can fair to say these job opportunities based on our turnkey projects, including full maintenance, in any country, if you want, enables big job motors. So it's a big success for the country. And of course, it develops and increases the country further, economy-wise, and of course, from reputation and honor as well. Now, before I conclude, and to summarize for today, this project really, this is the role model for the region. It will re-establish Egypt as a regional transportation hub, and it will catalyze the stable economic growth. And it fits perfectly to your slogan, MEGA. We say, make Egypt global again. But furthermore, linking it to today's forum, to Austria, you need to know that all our bogies, so the wheels, and the heart of each train is produced out of Graz, which is in Austria. So we supply anything delivered to Egypt out of Graz, our factory there. On top, we already have in the Arabic world, we have further projects like Metro. We produce all our metros out of Vienna, another plant we have, and deliver this, for example, already down to Riyadh, where we will introduce a big metro line in a couple of years' time. So therefore, see, this is a perfect linking of two worlds, Egypt and Austria, and we are really proud to be part of it. So we see a lot of potential in Egypt, but in this modern region, it will have a sustainable rail transport moving forward. So thank you for this great partnership and this trust given to us and to help transforming Egypt economy and society. We are proud and honored to be part of this visionary step and will contribute to bring Cairo, Cape Town, and future Arabic plans to life. And this, of course, with high speed and speedy execution and reliable as a partner. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christoph Gottes, for this overview showing that Egypt will be a mega transportation hub for the region, linking Cairo to Cape Town in the south, in South Africa, having all these types of trains with different speeds, and they are to a great extent friendly and consistent with sustainability. Thank you very much for this. And now we are going to switch to the last speaker in this panel, Mr. Wolfgang Ruturner, the sales manager, Placer and Führer. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm just speaking before Mr. Rauter because I just give you a short overview about the company Placer and Teurer, and I want to give you a brief introduction what we are doing. I'm very thankful for Mr. Götz. He showed what is the future for Egypt with nice trains and very good infrastructure. But for every infrastructure, you also need the tracks, and what you need is machines for tracks, and that is done by Placer and Teurer. So let's go into our presentation. The first innovation for you. This is our principle that motivates us every day. With these words, I would like to extend a very welcome from Placer and Teurer to all of you, and thank you for the invitation to the 12th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum, focused on the esteemed Republic of Egypt. Very briefly, a few words to my person. My name is Joseph Bosch. I'm with Placer and Teurer since more than 22 years and have worked in different positions, and currently I'm in the position of a sales director of Placer and Teurer. But let's go into some details about the company to have a better understanding who we are, and my colleague Mr. Rautner will after that give a short film, tell you what we are doing and why we are doing. So a major reason for the success of story of Placer and Teurer in the world is that we always have seen ourselves as a part of the railway systems, right from the beginning on. And naturally, that we are only successful if we collaborate in a good partnership with all stakeholders of the railway. A few facts to our company. In 1953, Placer and Teurer was founded in Linz in Austria. We are an Austrian family business run by its owners. The head office is situated in Vienna. The main factory is in Linz. In Austria, we have approximately around 1,900 employees. Adding all the numbers of employees of our 19 international partner companies, we employ about 5,000 persons worldwide. 93% of our machines made in Austria are exported from Austria to 109 countries on all 5 continents in the world. We have established in the last 6 decades partner firms of Placer and Teurer, which helps us to be close to the end of the products. These partner firms are the fundament of our worldwide service and support network. As you can see, we are represented on every continent to supply machines and service as close as possible to our customers. The partner firms are either manufacturing companies to supply machines for the local market and/or establish a service company where customers can call up service for their machines. Now let's have a look on the short movie to complete the picture who we are, and afterwards my colleague Mr. Rautner will give you an insight to answer the question what and why we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, we don't see the film. Herr Rautner.
There is nothing shared here on the screen.
Not shared. You have to share it. Does he have the possibility?
Yeah, doesn't work.
So we will share it from our office. Yeah?
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will try to share it from our.
Yes, please.
Okay, 1 second.
Videos nicht. Na, weil hier bekommst du es nicht. I beg your pardon for a little bit. We are just trying to prepare the video. I'm sorry for that.
Presentation.
It would be on page number 8. Da steht aber Bildschirmzeit. Ja, wir haben ihn dort, ja, das ist toll. Dann müssen wir nicht mehr zurückgehen, gell? Oh, Anna, war hier mit.
It's taking a little bit time. We excuse ourselves. Just a little.
Ja, ich war genau da.
Yeah. Megabytes.
File is a bit big, so this is why it takes a bit time to open it.
So.
Yeah. Do you see the presentation now?
Schau bei dir. Ja, dann mach Escape. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are very sorry, but you know, the file, this PowerPoint presentation is a very big file of 153 megabyte, and just to load it, take a lot of time. And unfortunately, yes, now we are having it. So PowerPoint presentation. Do you see it now?
Yes, now it's fine. Definitely. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay.
And it would be on page number 8. Okay, hopefully. No, I'm afraid the video doesn't work now. These are already the next pages of the presentation.
Yes. Can you see the presentation? We are now at slide number 9.
Yeah, I think the movie will not work. It seems maybe that
we can try to make. Fortunately, the movie will not show.
Will not show, yeah.
No.
Anyway, if you never mind, maybe that we continue without the movie and not to waste the time too long for the audience.
We see that the images are moving, but we cannot start the movie, unfortunately, from the PowerPoint.
We can't start the movie, unfortunately, from the PowerPoint presentation. So, no, vergiss es. Geht nicht.
Das geht die Bandbreite nicht. So, machen wir mit der Präsentation weiter. If you never mind, we could continue, or it seems that it will not, unfortunately, not work. Shall we go on with the presentation without the film?
Yeah, please, without film, we can't start it.
Will share the slides. Salam alaikum, ahlan wa salam. My name is Wolfgang Ratner and I'm the Senior Sales Manager for the MENA region. Dear esteemed audience, in 1959, ENR purchased for the first time a track maintenance machine from Plaza and Teurer. It was the VKR-01 track tamping machine in cantilever design. Within the next 62 years, ENR has purchased more than 100 different machines from Plaza and Teurer. As you see,
Rautner, please louder, speak louder, we don't hear you.
Sorry for this, we are afraid our working the technical system. Is this better now? Is this better now?
Yes, a little bit.
But I will go again closer to the microphone. Within the following 62 years, ENR has purchased more than 100 different machines from Plaza and Teurer. Machines, tamping machines for plane track and switches, ballast regulating machines, and ballast cleaning machines. And not to forget, of course, the most important track recording car. This raises the question, why does ENR, why does a railway need these different types of machines? Everything is about the track geometry. The railway engineers design the track for the speed foreseen. This can be a high speed, like it is now in the project Ain Sukna El Alamein, or a lower speed. The higher the speed, the more accurate the track geometry has to be. There exist standards that define exactly the thresholds of the track geometry, taking the running speed into consideration. But what happens with the track geometry over the time? If every day many tons, many megatons run over the track geometry deteriorates. It changes to the worse. If a train runs over such a track, the passengers will feel it, that something is wrong. The first machine, what is needed, is the track recording car. The track recording car measures the real, the present, the actual track geometry. Standards, like the European standard, the EN 13848, for example, defines the threshold values. And then the railway experts from ENR know exactly which activity of the maintenance should be taken in order to bring the present track geometry back to the target values. This is a photo which was taken in Linz before the delivery of the track recording car to ENR. ENR operates the EM100U. This is a most modern track measuring car. It is possible to measure the actual track geometry very precisely. In order to bring back the track geometry to the target geometry, which were defined by the railway engineers, the railway has to operate different types of machines, like tamping machines for plane track and switches, and ballast regulating machines, as mentioned before, what ENR professors. Plus and Teuras offers all track maintenance machines and track laying machines that are needed worldwide. Finally, I would like to say thank you to ENR and thank you to the Ministry of Transport for their trust in Plaza and Teura. And of course, many thanks to AACC for their invitation. Shokran li ihtimamakum.
Thank you very much for this interesting intervention and contribution. It really shows to what extent there is a cooperation and interest in dealing with the interesting issues for transportation. Thank you for all the panelists to be punctual to the time. We are really on time. We just lost some minutes for the presentation, but we are on time. I don't believe that we have the luxury to have questions and answers. Maybe if there are questions, could be sent to the administration and then will be distributed and getting the answer from the panelists. Anyway, this panel showed the importance of transportation in Egypt and to what extent the Egyptian government is taking care of transportation, all means and modes of transportation. We went through every type of transportation, as I mentioned, road, railway, monorail, ports, river transportation. Also the link among the different modes, which is the multimodal system that showed here. It was very clear that the Austrian side, they have the technology, the know-how, and also the products that are sustainable to match the interest of the Egyptian government. Now, Egypt is not going to serve the transportation for Egypt, but as we witnessed, the transportation is inside Egypt and linking Egypt with neighbors, Libya, Sudan, and reaching South Africa. This is through the railway or through the roads, also reaching all the African continents through the ports that are getting developed nowadays. Thanks for everybody who contributed today in sharing the knowledge. I really enjoyed this session and panel. Thanks again for the chamber, the Arab-Austrian chamber. And of course, we hope that most of the discussions to be activated in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid, for wonderful leadership of and chairmanship of this wonderful panel. And of course, the thanks goes to our coordinator and partners, the esteemed embassy of the Republic of Egypt to Austria and the Union, of course, of Arab Chambers. Let's take 5 minutes of break and we will come back to you at 2:15. Thank you very much. And we will have some promotion video for yourself. Thanks a lot.
An unrivaled event, never happened before. An initiative of His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and with the participation of all governmental entities, with no exceptions, and the participation of university students. The Pharaoh's Golden Parade. Thousands of Egyptians volunteered, starting with the organizing company, the musical composition, the conductor of the orchestra, and all the members of the orchestra, executive producer, lighting and screens company, filming and directing, interior designers, graphic designers, stylists, all Egyptians. All celebrities volunteered and collaborated over the course of months to execute the event in the best manner befitting Egypt and its history.
A wonderful good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, again. And we are coming to the final session Ladies and gentlemen, I know why I wanted to take the share of this session, because talking about Egyptian tourism is, for me, a very delightful work, and I love this. I've started to love to visit the country not long time before, but once I was on the economic summit, it was on the 18th of January 2011, and I had the possibility, after having the sessions and the whole discussion in the economic summit, I have had the possibility to go through the beach on Sharm el-Sheikh. And, you know, it was amazing for me. I have been informed by my friends, it is a wonderful wildlife and underwater life in this region. But I recognized then how beautiful this is. And this is the part of world I love to visit nearly every year, and maybe hopefully either the end of this year or next year. But Egypt has to offer a lot of things more than only corals and sea life. As we have seen before, Egypt is offering a lot more of that. To hear about that, we have a distinguished panelist today. Let us start with a video message by His Excellency Dr. Khalid Al-Anani, the Minister of Tourism and Antiquities in the Arab Republic of Egypt. So, yeah.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to participate in this special event with a few words shedding light briefly on the updates on the tourism and archaeology in Egypt. Leaving the floor to my colleague Ghada Jalabi, Deputy Minister for Tourism Affairs. To start with, tourism plays a very important role in the Egyptian economy, contributing with a great share to the growth of our GDP and providing millions of direct and indirect jobs. In Egypt, likewise all the countries all over the world, the COVID-19 pandemic had severe implications on the tourism industry. Nevertheless, the Egyptian government was able to contain the situation, provided full support to the sector in order to maintain business and ensure that workers remain intact and ensured the safe resumption of travel. Both inbound and domestic tourism are currently showing very good signs of recovery. Privileged with vast areas of beaches and warm weather all year round, while applying very strict hygiene safety measures, the Egyptian destination shortly and rapidly earned the confidence of our source markets. Our Egyptian destinations were selected several times by specialized magazines and search engines as the preferred ones for tourists in winter 2021 onwards. As for the archaeological field, it's amped mentioning that in spite of the pandemic, our ministry succeeded with support of political leadership and the government to execute a number of openings of restoration projects and new museums, announcing new archaeological discoveries in addition of organizing the Royal Mummies Parade last April. We are working very hard to continue our projects in pipeline. The most important one, of course, is the Grand Egyptian Museum, to open very soon, to be the biggest museum dedicated to one civilization and showcasing the whole collection of King Tutankhamun for the first time since its discovery in 1922. On another front, it is worth mentioning that archaeological sites and museums are currently being managed, adopting new business models in cooperation with the private sector in order to ensure the visitors enjoy the best experience. Furthermore, the ministry is taking serious steps towards digitization of services with the aim of facilitating and safeguarding tourist services. At the national level, there were a number of inaugurations of mega projects in tourist destinations, such as New Aswan, and there are other eminent mega projects such as Galala City, New Alamein City, in addition to other projects such as the new administrative capital. The country is also witnessing an unprecedented boom in the infrastructure, including new roads networks connecting our destinations to make them easily accessible, as well as new railways and airports that will highly boost domestic and foreign investments. provide millions of direct and indirect jobs opportunities, and take the destination to new levels. Last but not least, I would like to conclude with making reference to the strong cooperation that the Ministry has always had with the Austrian side. I am quite confident that with this forum, we can build on that and exchange experiences in the near future in the fields of capacity building, tourism and hospitality education, wellness tourism, entertainment activities in tourist destination, and upgrading of service in archaeological sites and museums. Thank you, and stay safe and healthy.
So our thanks goes to His Excellency Dr. Khalid Al-Anani for these remarkable words. Allow me to introduce to you the next speaker, His Excellency General Amr Hanafi, Governor of the wonderful Red Sea region and Governorate of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Good morning, sir. Let me talk. Firstly, I will give a presentation, small presentation about my governorate. I have been here about 2 years. So the Red Sea Governorate is one of the largest governorate in Egypt. All of its sites overlooking the coast of the Red Sea with a length of 1,080 kilometers. The governorate consists of 7 cities: Ras Gharib, Hurghada, Safaga, El Qusayr, Marsa Alam, Shalatin, and Halayb. Precautionary measures which we have taken to face the coronavirus COVID-19, taking the necessary measures in the coordination with the Ministers of Health and Tourism, towards facilitating the services provided to tourists coming to the governorate cities through Hurghada and Marsa Alam international airports, in withdrawing PCR samples, preparing and following up the isolation departments in all the governorate hospitals, and ensuring their compliance with all procedures followed and the availability of all necessary medicines and devices. Disinfection and sterilization of all public, tourist, and hotels facilities. Intensifying the hanging of posters and awareness raising instruction for hygiene, personal prevention, and social distance in public places and all tourist and hotel establishments. Increasing of health awareness among citizens and health labels hanging. Completing vaccination of all workers in the tourism sector with a vaccine for all the coronavirus COVID-19. Now, vaccination of about 70% of the citizens of the Red Sea Governorate with the vaccine for the coronavirus COVID-19. Then I will talk about the investment projects for the development of Hurghada city. First of all, the short-term projects, development of some beaches. We have first beach which developed is beach number 4. Then we have North Al Ahya beach development, 6 kilometers. El Sawai beach development. Second, development of movement, access, and square. We developed airport road already, and tourist promenade, El Nas Street development, Sherry Street development, Metro Street development, El Stad Street development. El Hijaz Street development, Sheraton Street development, Senzo Square development, and Johaina Square development. At the end, we also are working now in the Har Square development, which in the middle of the city. Third, services and investment projects, fish market development, El Dahar market, regional transportation station, security gates to entrance and exits of the city. Fourth thing, the residential development, Al-Hadaba development of 14 districts in the old city. Then the investment projects for the development of Hurghada city, long-term project. There is a big development of Sahl Hashish, which his name is Riviera Investment Project. Let me talk about Safaga natural environment also. The city of Safaga, located in the Red Sea Governorate, is distinguished by a number of natural features, including black sand. On examination, contains 3 radioactive substances in harmless amount: uranium, thorium, radioactive potassium, as well as high percentage of salts and minerals of medical value, such as gold salts, which efficiently treats rheumatoid illness. Ultraviolet light. The warm sun rays are present in Safaga throughout the year, which is significant aspect in the treatment. The city Safaga is surrounded by mountains, heights, which act as a windbreak and provide protection from the elements and sandstorms, result in the purified environment, free of the pollution and dust, resulting in the concentration of ultraviolet radiation. In the treatment, especially in the early morning hours and the hours before nightfall, it is really beneficial. Safaga Bay water. Safaga Bay water is characterized by a high salinity level reaching more than 55 parts per million, and this is a result of the low speed of the water current, in addition of the presence of the unique coral reef group, which is natural source of many salts and that have more than one role in treating many terminal diseases. Also, the wild medical plants. Many wild medical plants may be found in the city mountains plain, and they beneficial in treating variety of terminal elements, which is effective in treating the following disease. Psoriasis is a skin condition that affects people of all ages, rheumatoid, and infiltration and swelling. Thank you for all of you.
Thank you, Excellency, for this wonderful presentation. I've been in Al-Guna, Sa'atak, and it was wonderful, by the way. And all my friends, Austrian and Arabs located in Austria, are visiting Hurghada and, of course, Marsa Alam every year, and it is a wonderful place. And allow me to say that there is a project that I've seen. It hasn't anything to do with tourism, but the wind turbines in your beloved governorate is really developing and also remarkable, delivering energy to some touristic location, which is outstanding, and I'm very happy to announce this. Excellency, do we have Her Excellency Dr. Ghada Samir Shalabi with us? Not, I think, not yet till now, and we will. Yes. Okay, allow me to present to you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, okay. Allow me to present to you Her Excellency Dr. Ghada Samir Shalabi, Vice Minister of Tourism and Antiquities of the Arab Republic of Egypt. The floor is yours, Madam.
Well, thank you very much for the really rich day. I've enjoyed watching.
We need your video, Madam. Could you please?
Just a second.
Turn on your video. So now we don't hear you and we don't see you as well. So allow me to step.
لا انت جايبه من هنا.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
I think we're facing an issue.
Could you please open the video? Okay.
فين فادي؟
So, Madam Vice Minister, could we, is it possible to have your video, or should we step before to the next speaker?
Well, I think we're facing a little problem with the video. I don't know. I can see myself. Can you see me?
I can't see you. Nobody can see you, madam. I'm sorry. If you want, please take your freedom to talk without picture. I'm sorry for that. Maybe you can do some fixing for the video.
Yeah.
If it's not, then go ahead with your voice, madam.
Well, do you want me to step and try to fix the video and then we come back? You can take the next speaker until we fix the video?
Yeah.
All right. Because I have a small presentation that I'd like to share it as well. So
then
we'll try to fix the camera.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Let's take the next speaker. May I ask our dear friend, President of the Austrian Travel Association, Österreichischer Reiseverband, Mrs. Eva Butzi. The floor is yours, madam.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, dear Secretary General, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy to be here on behalf of the Austrian tourism and that I'm able to share some views, some perspectives of the Austrian tourism for the outbound tourism to Egypt. Please let me share a small presentation I have prepared for you. I hope it works. All right. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
So we have actually downloaded. If you want, we can try to have the video from our side because we don't see.
That would be brilliant.
Yeah.
That would be brilliant.
Okay.
I'm sorry for that.
No worries. We will try on our. Full Bildschirm. So. Later. Nein. Mach Escape. Bei mir. Escape bei mir. Bei mir. Gib her. Nein, das geht nicht. Leider.
Ah, there it is. There it is. Thank you very much. So if we can just switch to the next page, please.
1 second, please.
It is. Oh, das sieht man nicht. Ja, nein, das sieht man nicht.
Das ist the next page.
Okay, if you don't mind, I just start talking. Yeah, my presentation is, I would say, a nice one, but it's not so important what you see on the pictures that I will try to manage it myself. I'm really sorry that my device doesn't work as well.
I can see it here.
So, Madam, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about firstly about the Austrian tourism to Egypt, like 2019, which was a rather good year for us. Yeah, all in all, tourism, we were really focusing on this. On the business, we were really happy all together that we will could take so many people to abroad. And Egypt was one of our major winter destinations, as there has been always. Just give me some. Let me give you some figures. How many tourists that were the tourists we produce from Austria to Egypt. Of course, our main destination, as in many other countries, is the Hurghada coast. Yeah, El Gouna, Safaga. 65 of all our tourists going to Egypt in 2019 were going to this area. The second biggest one, so to say, is the region around Sharm el-Sheikh. That's one, you mentioned it before, it's one of my personal favorites as well, because I used to be a diver like 15 years ago. And as you can imagine, Sharm is one of the most popular spots there for diving and having winter holidays for the Austrian tourists. I think it's a bit of a shame that we do not produce too many people at the very moment to the Nile Valley and to Cairo, which hurts myself personally because I'm so fond of all the culture, fond of what you can see there. I will talk about that a little bit later. So all in all, we were really happy with 2019 and we're looking into a very good 2020. And then we all know what happened afterwards, COVID-19. All in all, the first 2 months of 2020 still worked out very well, even with us for Egypt, because, you know, the situation was still calm, was still good. And then the big disaster hit all of us. So at the very moment, 2020 was more or less as still stands. Perhaps we can go to the next. Thank you very much. Next page. Thank you very much. It was a complete breakdown of all touristic leisure businesses, yeah, till about the summer. In the summer, then, when touristic recovered a little bit, all the countries focused on national offers. Yeah, of course, Austrian state in Austria, German state in Germany. Perhaps we dared just cross the border to Croatia from Austria or to Italy. But of course, there were no charter flights, no flights abroad. So this touristic year was completely left out, was a disaster. And as I said before, it was a minus of approximately 75% for Egypt overall tourism, because it was not 100%, because we, as I said, could still produce some tourists in January and February, thank God. Well, 2021, we expected it till August, September, October to be much better than 2020, and nobody of us counted in that COVID would come back in such a big wave at the beginning of the year. Yeah, so it took us half a year to recover from the third or fourth or fifth, whatever you call it, wave of COVID. And then the tourism started to focus a little bit abroad, as I mentioned before, but mainly to EU destinations, to Spain, to Italy, to Croatia. And the winter business, which is so important for us together, is still pending. People are waiting. People don't dare to book. Yeah, they're still waiting how the whole situation develops. And so we expect for the year 2020 an overall minus of 85% for destination Egypt from Austrian operators. So at the very moment, we just focus, we concentrate of 2022, where we can start business together again. Well, on the next page, I've tried to sum up what do Austrians value in post-COVID holidays. That means what do we need from our destinations, from our hotel management to increase, to start tourism again. What we really need is strict regulations at airports. That means a controlled distance to fellow travelers, complete and visible. That is so important. Checks on the COVID entry regulations, and the highest possible hygiene regulation in hotels and the compliance with them. As I see things, Egypt hotels and airports stick strictly to these regulations and the hygiene regulations. What we need at the very moment then is we have to communicate it. People in Austria, they have to know how you act on the situation, how severe are all regulations in your countries. So this would be really important for us. Yeah, if we could just continue, please. That means, as I just to sum it up, so we need to convey all the security and the objective and subjective security to our guests. I made a kind of a little bit market study with the Austrian operators and travel agencies, because we all want to increase the business to Egypt again. As you can imagine, winter business at the very moment is not easy for us. There are just some destinations which are just opened again, yeah, which is, for example, at the long haul, at the long distance, it is the Maldives, it's Mauritius, but just quite close in the so to say middle distance, we don't have too many options. So Egypt would be very, very important for us. So what would be necessary for us is perhaps an advertising campaign together with national tour operators. As I heard, Egypt authorities are just about to launch an advertising campaign again, which is a fantastic idea, because we need to get the awareness again, as Egypt is the perfect destination for winter and spring holidays. Yeah? And as I mentioned before, an advertising, a convincing campaign, I would put it perhaps that way, to ensure the guests of the high hygiene and safety standards regarding COVID-19. This would be the two things I should tell you, more or less let you know from the Austrian operator waiting for catching up with the Egypt tourism. So please, if you have something like that in mind, or if you need something to know about the Austrian market, get in touch with me and the Austrian tour operators for Egypt. At the very end, I would just like to add some very personal words that came to my mind when I was preparing this little presentation. I'm a real fan of Egypt, as I said before, and when I prepared the presentation, one of let's say one of the most moving moments in my traveler's life came to my mind. That was 1999, so ages ago, so to say, when I spent 14 days in Egypt. I was on a Nile cruise, and then I spent some days in Luxor, and I took a bike at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah, and we biked. We took a bike ride from Thebes to Hatshepsut's palace, and then we climbed up the mountain between the Valley of Kings and Hatshepsut. And we were sitting there at 7 o'clock in the morning on top of the peak of this mountain and overlooking the Nile Valley and the beauties of the Nile Valley. And this special moment, I can tell you, will never get out of my soul. And I'm really hoping that we could more or less give that kind of feeling, that kind of hunger for holidays to our tourists in Austria. And I found this whole campaign, which I liked very much, for Egypt, where it all begins, where it all began. And we just put it in new words after COVID. Let's get restarted together and all the best, all luck from the Austrian side to Egypt tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Butzi, for this inspiring presentation. And hopefully, not only to meet here in Vienna, hopefully we will meet each other as well in Egypt. Maybe also.
I can't wait for it.
Yes. Allow us to go back to Her Excellency Dr. Ghada Samir Shalabi, Vice Minister of Tourism and Antiquities of the Arab Republic of Egypt.
Well, thank you very much for the nice introduction, and I've really enjoyed a lot of the sessions that you had this morning. Apologies for the issues with the video, sharing the video, and I hope that now you can see me and hear me as well. Well, as His Excellency Dr. Khalid Al-Anani mentioned this morning and in the previous session, how am I going to, how Egypt has resumed tourism in the past period. It was really a tough 18 months for the whole world. It's my pleasure to share with you how Egypt responded towards the COVID-19 during the pandemic and until today, where we've seen an increasing numbers of tourist arrivals to Egypt by the day. And as you've all mentioned, and as you've rightly have said about the destination, it's a popular destination. It's only 3 hours away from Austria, with convenient flights to our touristic destinations at the Red Sea, or even in Luxor or Aswan. Well, Egypt, as one of the most popular and oldest tourist destinations in the world, it's full of fascinating history, only 3 hours away from Austria, and welcoming tourists anytime during the year, 365 days a year. Geographical location among 3 continents, and endless of options of touristic activities, whether it includes beach tourism or cultural or even recreational activities. While tourism sector has been greatly affected by COVID-19 worldwide, it's with certainty Egypt has remained fully committed towards people first and their well-being, as well as supporting the tourism sector in the field of recovery. We've put first, we've ensured from the beginning of the pandemic that we valued our capabilities, and we used them in achieving a safe and successful restart of tourism in the past period, and by restarting tourism in the least infected areas. We understood our capabilities and where we had least infections of the virus or spread of it, and we've applied all our training programs towards staff, all government initiatives towards all government's initiatives towards supporting the sector were primarily addressing staff and their well-being in their organizations. حد بيكلمني. هعمل ايه؟ ما انا عامله flight mode. Well, the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities supported companies, tour operators, and workers in the field throughout several ways. Workers, we gave them a lot of training courses towards keeping their safety as well as travelers. It was quite key for us to maintain staff in the properties well trained and well employed in their organizations for these days that we are seeing now the recovery of tourism, and this is what enabled us really to bounce back into the system and into receiving as many as tourists as we're receiving today. The ministry, in cooperation with the Ministry of Health and Population, and also the chambers of tourism chambers, we formed a joint committee where we've conducted regular inspections to the hotels and hotel establishments, issued really strict regulations that were applied. And from this place, I'd like to thank all our colleagues working in the field for their strict application of the regulations, because without them and without their application to these regulations, we wouldn't have reached what we are in today. Also, from the ministry, we've applied our strict measures towards those establishments that were not applying these regulations. So the minute we would receive any complaints or comments about a property that were not following the regulations, these properties were closed immediately, and really strict regulations were applied on these properties by closing or even by eliminating the managers of the places, because we couldn't really sacrifice any of our efforts to resume tourism. Moving forward, it was quite important for us to ensure that all our regulations are well communicated to the international world. So from vaccination of the workers in the sector, by which the government has really put this sector as a priority after the most vulnerable and the medical teams. The team of the working in the tourism field came first, ensuring
Dr. Fada, we have already your PowerPoint presentation. We are showing it currently.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Well, yeah. Well, I'm working through the presentation here. Of course, we are abiding by the SDGs, the international, the UN SDGs, and we've implemented a few of them among the ministry. Again, let me pick on this, that vaccination of the staff working in tourism was quite important to ensure that travelers have confidence and faith in our destination. Next, please. We've already mentioned that. Working through the SDGs, and again, well, here we're talking about how we've placed our staff as a priority, and also the hotel establishments and the investors. The government have really put investors in the tourism sector at first by really putting a lot of measures that were presented and a lot of initiatives that were given by the government of paying staff salaries and covering the operational costs of the properties with a very low rate of on the bank loans, and with the guarantee from the Ministry of Finance to support these properties. Any touristic organization would go to the bank and would ask for a loan, and the banks would let them down, saying, "Oh, sorry, you're working in the tourism, you can't really pay your loans." The Ministry of Finance came. The Ministry of Finance came and ensured that these sectors their loans were paid. Next. Next, please. Also, dropping the real estate tax, 3 months of interest fees for hotels, and waiving the fees on electricity, on water, on even fuel charges on the hotel establishments. All of these initiatives that were driven by the government, by liaising between all ministries to support this important sector, were guaranteed during the pandemic to ensure that when we go back in business, we have strong and reliable services to offer to our tourists coming into the destination. Next. Measures that were put in place during the pandemic, of course, like any other country, we didn't really know what's the roadmap in order to go through the pandemic. But working with international organizations to put these measures in place and really make them happening with the touristic establishments was key. And this is what has ensured that many countries trusted our regulations and trusted us with their people and their citizens. And right from the day one, when we resumed travel, inbound travel in 1st of July 2020, we've received tourists by the day. Next. We've introduced a health and safety seal inspired from the hieroglyphic language. And this seal was given to hotels and touristic establishments. And it was our wish to travelers who were coming to Egypt, wishing them life, prosperity, and health. And this seal the hotel establishments would get it after really thorough inspection from the Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Health, and from the Hotels Chamber and Association of Chambers. His Excellency Dr. Khaled Al-Anani also invited the UNWTO had to come to Egypt to really, and it was his first trip out of Spain to come in, I recall it was in September last year. It was his first trip to outside of Europe, and it was to Egypt, and the measures that he found were quite positive, and the feedback we've got from the inspection team as well was quite positive. Next. Well, for regulations, it's not only for hotels, but also for any touch point that any traveler would go through. So it's from airports to touristic areas, to museums, to hotels, to buses, to any touch point. We had to go through thorough inspection procedures and certified for a safe zone area. Next. Well, who doesn't want to come to the pyramids and see this beautiful scenery, enhancing all our touristic attractions, from promoting the icons, our icons, to also introducing other tourism initiatives. Many initiatives were done from first from incentive programs for aviation were introduced, to also linking by domestic flights between Sharm el-Sheikh to Luxor. Now travelers who are arriving to Sharm el-Sheikh can also enjoy an overday trip to Luxor with an internal flight that was not available before. Now we're trying to link between both experiences where leisure travelers can also enjoy historical and cultural experience. Another initiative that we are looking for, and we're trying to put Egypt where it deserves, is the yachting tourism, by which the government is really looking at enhancing this type of tourism, where marines in Europe is quite cold now that we're approaching winter time. Egypt, with its marines and marinas, is welcoming this type of tourism, whereby we're trying to put Egypt where it deserves in this sector. Developing such marinas in the North Coast, in the Red Sea, is an initiative that the government is really keen towards putting Egypt towards this type of tourism. Next. Again, talking about the facilitation that we've introduced, from airline incentive programs to facilitating entry visa procedures. Now we've launched an online visa portal. It's called Visa to Egypt, whereby 74 nationalities can apply for online visa and get it within 24 hours. This facility is also available, of course, for Austrian citizens. And again, I've mentioned linking between culture and leisure destinations, whereby we are linking between Sharm el-Sheikh and Luxor, Hurghada, and Luxor and Aswan, and so forth. So the tourist experience coming to Egypt will not be only limited to one field, but it's a combination of experiences and activities. Again, it's the International Flight Incentive Program, with all my peers in the charter and aviation sector have found that it has enhanced and it's helped them towards carrying a lot of their expenses and reducing the expenses during pandemic. We are continuing this until next year, this program until next year. When linking the domestic flight incentive program between all destinations. Next. Next. We've mentioned the entry visa to all destinations and within 24 hours. By this, I conclude my presentation, and looking forward to welcoming Austrian families and tourists to our destination. And I'm open for any questions if you wish.
Your Excellency, an enlightening presentation, which makes me, you know, if I show it to my family, then they will drive me to take the next flight to Egypt. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation.
And that's the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Our next speaker is Hisham Anis, the District Manager in Austria Central Europe for Egypt Air. Mr. Hisham, the floor is yours. Tfaddal.
Assalamu alaikum first. It's my pleasure to be one of the guests for 12th Arab-Australian Economic Forum. and it's a good chance for me to introduce Egypt Air and to tell the people about what we provide and how we are working this period, especially after coronavirus starting to be away from us. First of all, we have to see that Egypt Air is a flag carrier of Egypt. It's a carrier which is accredited by a government as a flag carrier, and it's the oldest carrier in the Africa and Middle East since 1932. We have we have a lot of aircrafts, and we have very near to you. Only we have 3.5 hours, and we going through the business now after taking all the precautionary measures to save our to get our guests in safe. Egypt Air have all the precaution measures in everywhere, from starting the check-in until the aircraft. In the aircraft, we have always doing sterilization every flight, in every point and everywhere until in the check-in counter. So we have a lot of destinations going through Egypt Air. We're going to all the sightseeing area through Vienna, Cairo, to all destinations, Sharm el-Sheikh, Hurghada, Marsa Alam, Luxor, and Aswan, and we provide a good prices, especially through this area, because we're going directly to this area through one point check in Cairo. Only 3.5 hours to Cairo, plus 1 hour to all of these destinations, and your luggage going through in check-in. We have our schedule in the winter is only 3 flights weekly, but within the period of Christmas or something like holidays, we working daily, or sometimes 6 flights a week. So from 16th of December until 11th of January, we have 6 flights daily, 6 flights a week, and all of them connected with a flight to sightseeing, especially to Luxor and Aswan, Sharm el-Sheikh, Hurghada, and Marsa Alam. This period especially, we encourage people to go to Luxor and Aswan. I see all the presentation for speak about a lot of people going to Sharm and Hurghada, 60% of people going to Sharm to Hurghada and 25 to Sharm el-Sheikh. Don't mention Luxor and Aswan, that's which express about we have in Luxor and Aswan, 1/3 of the monument of the world in this area only. So I think we have good business on that. We have a potential business also, and we encourage people to come within these sectors, and with a special fare and the packages we provide through our travel agent connected to Egypt Air is Karnak Travel in Egypt. So now we have a lot of opportunity in Austria. We have an excellent relation with them, and especially in this period of time, we have encouraged a lot until the other airline increasing their flight to Egypt. That's meaning that we have potential business, and they expect more business in the future, and I think that is good for us. We have to push together. We have to tell people what we have. Our airline is new. Our aircraft, most of is new. So we wish to be in our position in Austria. We take care of the people, especially people who are in contact with passenger. All of them is vaccinated. We are sure about that all the people working with the passenger is vaccinated, and until in Egypt Air, we have after 15th of November no one allowed to go to administrative building if not vaccinated. So we are taking care of people before us also, and we have to work together to increase our business within this period after getting away from Corona. We hope all of us succeed in that, And we have also a lot of tours in other places in Cairo. We have in Cairo also a Christian tours for the path of Holy Families. It's have very old churches. Also is attract people from everywhere, especially for the Christian people. It's accredited by the Pope Vatican as a Umrah for Christian, and also have a Muslim and the Fatimi and Abbasi history. A lot of people, especially Turkeys, and people have a history in Egypt, want to see this. Which encourage Egypt within the future, and we have a lot of business for you. We have very good prices, especially this period. I think people are starting now doing that in the Christmas, because we have daily flight in the Christmas. So people are starting to make a reservation from now, and to escape from the frozen from here to good weather. I think the weather is more attractive in Egypt in this period, which all of people come to visit and see us, and I'm waiting for them and promise them for discounted and the good prices, especially as a travel agent want to have contracts. I'm ready and give them what they need, and they will expect. I give you more than their expectation. I'm promising that. Thank you for having me for this period of time. I'm sorry for everything.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Hisham. And I take you by your words. So I'm coming back to you.
I'm responsible.
After hearing Dr. Shalabi and of course His Excellency General Amr Hanafi, and after also the elaboration of Hisham Anis, if I show my family this presentation, then they will force me to go to the Red Sea area, to Marsa Alam, because of His Excellency General Amr Hanafi, also flying by Egypt Air. And this is for sure, and for
you with a good price.
Thank you, and you will guarantee us a good price. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation.
Having you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, since we don't have, are there any questions that you want to raise? Are there any inputs you would like to put here? Then thank you very much. Allow me, before we go to the end, to give the floor to His Excellency Muhammad Hamdi Mullah, to give us his final remarks. I'm sorry. So, okay, I have to read this for the audience. His Excellency General Mr. Amr Hanafi, the tourism in the Red Sea still limited to beach tourism, although there are a great protected areas such as Wadi Al-Gamal, Jebel Elba, with high potential suitable for developing a new type of ecotourism along the Red Sea. So I think it's very, yeah. And for the Red Sea coast, what are the current efforts and future plans of the government to develop sustainable and innovative ecotourism in the Red Sea region? The question is addressed to His Excellency General Amr Hanafi. The floor is your Excellency. His Excellency General Amr Hanafi with us, still with us? And I don't think so. Therefore, we will take this question and place it to His Excellency, and we'll try to come back to you with the answer. Thank you very much for being active parts of this panel. Thank you for all speakers. It was enlightening. Thank you also, Magister Butzi, for the wonderful presentation, and all ladies and gentlemen who were audience. Again, I'll try to give the floor to His Excellency Muhammad Hamdi Al-Mullah, Ambassador of the Republic of Egypt to Austria. The floor is yours.
Let me thank you so much, Mr. Muder, for associating the Chamber in organizing this session today. I think it has been a good opportunity to explore ways and means of endorsing trade cooperation and investment between Egypt and Austria. We have seen the different opportunities at hand right now in the field of tourism. We will take the recommendations made by Eva Putzi also back to Egypt in order to make sure that we get enough material for promotion for Egyptian tourism here in Austria. I would like to thank all the ministers who have joined us today through video messages or through participation. I'm hopeful that next year we will have it in person, and that would help in endorsing our human communication in order to take our work between the two countries forward. It has been a pleasure having you today, and we will continue working on endorsing cooperation in the different fields with due diligence and with the follow-up that it needs. Thank you very much for being with us today, and looking forward to see you in the near future in similar works to endorse cooperation and relations between the two countries. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the wonderful words. I would like to add the following. If you allow me, Excellency, that this kind of cooperation and session between Austria and Egypt should become an institution which should be executed or organized yearly. And as His Excellency elaborated before, next year, hopefully in person. This is very important, to meet physically, to to touch each other, to see each other in person, which is very, very important. The second thing is, please, all questions, all inputs, we will take it from the Chamber of Commerce and distribute it to the responsible or to the addressee, and we will get answers to you. The third thing is, we will try to share all PowerPoint presentation we have had today, and hopefully you have the possibility also to downlink some videos that we are preparing for your good self. A very special thanks to His Excellency Al-Mullah, Ambassador of the Republic of Egypt to Austria, and of course Minister Councilor Hazem Zaki. It's amazing work what they were doing the last days and weeks and months, actually making this possible to have a very high-ranking representation. A thank also goes to the Union of Arab Chambers and also the Austrian Egyptian Businessman Council. Allow me to say also something. We have on our round as well, we have invited, and they were present, the Egyptian Businessmen Association, but also the Egyptian Exports Association as well. Those were also present, a lot of presence from all over the world, from Belgium to US to Brazil to the Arab Gulf countries to Iraq. We have had the presidents of chambers from Arab countries, secretaries general from Arab countries and general director generals, but also secretaries general of the joint chambers. A special thanks goes to my team, of course, on top, Laila Kaplan, wonderful work. Thank you very much. Layla, come here to let the people see you, what you are doing here. And also the thanks goes to Zahra Badawi, Firas Saeed, Aya Al-Kuzbari, the whole team of my chamber. Many thanks to you. Many thanks for the audience. See you in the next, not webinar, the physical meetings. And thank you a lot. God bless. And the next time we might meet in Egypt.